At the table up front is Ben Smith, contract planner with North Star, Lauren Forte, our assistant planner for compliance, Adam Bliss, the city engineer, James Patefield, who is our note taker this evening, and Phil Hatch, counselor from Ward 5, who's our city council liaison. First order of business is approval of minutes from the September 16th and October 7th planning board meetings. Not sure if everybody has had a chance to take a look at those.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the September 16th, 2025 draft minutes.
Thanks for the motion, Jim.
I will second.
Thanks for the second, Jeff. So we have a motion to approve the September 16th draft minutes as presented. All in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well, so motion passes 4-0. October 7th draft minutes.
Madam Chair, I would move to adopt the October 7th, 2025 draft minutes, or minutes as drafted.
Thanks for the motion, Jeff.
Second.
Thanks for the second, Jim. Any discussion? All those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well, 4-0 to approve the October 7th minutes. Next thing, after discussion of the hearing guidelines, I don't have Matt Provençal's cheat sheet. We do ask that people remain civil. People do have an opportunity to speak during public hearing. And like I said before, speak into the microphone when you have an opportunity at the podium, and make sure you identify yourself. Am I missing anything terribly important? Next on the agenda, under number 5, is public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to comment about planning board business in general. This is not for discussing items that are on the agenda this evening. This is for general planning board business. So if anyone has any business before the planning board, now is your opportunity. Seeing no one coming forward, we'll move to item 6A, which is the first application for review tonight. That is for 12 and 14 Beth Johnston Way, map 60, lots 15 through 18-1, and map 60, lot 20. This is a continued site plan review for a new elementary and primary school with associated site improvements, and the applicant is Saco School Department. So Ben, you're the point person for this?
Yes, thank you very much. This project has been in front of the board several times, and kind of the recent history of it is that back in September, the board had closed the public hearing and requested draft findings of fact. Those were presented at the last meeting on October 7th, and there was some discussion at that point about several outstanding engineering review comments, and the board had requested that Adam Bliss, the town engineer, attend this evening's planning board meeting, and Adam is here with us this evening to address any questions that the board may have. I believe the applicant is here in the audience as well.
Thank you. Adam, would you like to speak from there?
Of course. Members of the board, my name is Adam Bliss. Proudly serve as the city engineer with Saco. I'd like to underscore the value of a meeting between the applicant and their consultant in the city. We were able to efficiently work through any remaining engineering comments and arrived at solutions to the issues that were at hand. That took place in a meeting at Public Works, and the applicant and their consultant responded in a memo addressing those comments. So again, the value of an in-person meeting made a world of difference.
Great, thank you. Do any planning board meetings have any questions for Mr. Bliss? Jeff?
Mr. Bliss, I would like to thank you. All of your reviews have been continuing in a tradition of very thoughtful and thorough reviews here in the Saco. It's nice to see it. We'll have that continuity with the transition of engineers, so thank you very much. I, coming from a technical background, tend to want to defer to those, and I think that's a great system of checks and balances to get your communications to us. So my the last correspondence from October 14th looked like as you stated, everything seems to have been resolved, particularly some of the concerns with some of the grading on the back section where there's going to be an access trail and a bridge, some runoff issues, and then different types of fill material that were being used. So all of those have been resolved in addition to the snow storage concerns. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In fact, we had multiple meetings with different staff to address these concerns. Public Works meeting with the director regarding snow storage, Water Resource Recovery Department regarding the pump station design. So yes, all items addressed.
So my final question was just something that, like I said, in your October 14th memorandum, you had an item number 5, which was something you felt it should be included in the conditions of approval for this application. And it read, sign and execute Form 1 regarding stormwater maintenance prior to the pre-construction meeting. Not really sure what the Form 1 is, and I didn't feel like I saw that in the draft conditions of approval. So is that still an outstanding concern that it'd be prudent that we bring forth and make sure that's on that? Or is that something that you have already resolved in another one of the conditions? I don't know if you've had time to review them.
Mr. Brochu, that's a standard item with all applicants that they execute that stormwater maintenance agreement prior to pre-construction meeting. And just before any pre-construction meeting takes place, the conditions of approval have to be checked. And again, that Form 1 is an acknowledgement and a signature. It's an acknowledgement stating, yes, we have stormwater treatment devices, and we are responsible for maintaining them and certifying them on an annual basis.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Thank you. The applicant, I understand, is here this evening. Anything further from the applicant?
Good evening. My name is Jonah DeWaters, civil engineer with Oak Point Associates. I don't have anything to add, but I did want to say thanks to Adam and company for being able to turn this around really quickly. I know we're on a really tight timeline, so the fact that we were able to schedule those meetings quickly and we were able to respond to the comments and get memos out is pretty impressive, and I did want to say thanks for that.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the applicant from any board members?
Joyce?
Jim?
Just one. I think on one of the findings of fact that we're going to be looking at, there was a question about the audio-visual buffer. And it seems to me, just looking at your plans, and I guess that finding of fact is something the board needs to make. But there was a suggestion that maybe we need to actually create a finding of fact on that point. So I'd like you to comment about how you feel this particular project in terms of audio-visual buffer for neighboring, I know it's in part of an industrial park, but there's also a mobile home park on the other side. Can you just give us a couple sentences as to why you feel the audio-visual buffer is sufficient for this project? And by the way, in addition to that question, I just want to thank you and Adam for doing fine work, and those memos back and forth, I know there was a short timeline, but it's very, very helpful. So, thank you.
Sure. Regarding the buffer, every effort was made, because this is a school, every effort was made to push this as far back on the site as we could. There's some environmental constraints, like the ravine going down to Millbrook, that pushed us a little bit farther west. We're also as far north on the site as we can go. We kept as much of the wooded area as we could. There's one spot where it's kind of thin, kind of on the west side of the site along some of those properties with Route 1, and we actually added a berm, a landscape berm, to kind of redirect any sound, kind of keep more of both a visual and an audio buffer from the adjacent properties.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments? So we closed the public hearing September 16th. Staff has provided draft findings of fact and conclusions of law, or conditions of approval. So if there's no other questions of the applicant or staff, I think we could work our way through those. Jeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to touch base with Mr. Bliss. I wanted to make sure that his concerns were noted. And so the way he translated my question earlier, I found it in condition of approval number 18. I just wanted to make sure that he affirms that that's what he's referring to. It says the applicant shall be required to perform routine inspection and maintenance of the stormwater facilities as outlined in the operation and maintenance manual developed specifically for the site. A copy of the annual inspection and maintenance report, including inspection log or logs, shall be submitted annually by July 15th of each year to the City Public Works Department. Is that correctly capture?
That is correctly captured.
Okay, perfect. So I think we just need to look at the finding of fact that Jim had pointed out. I believe it was item number T. We need to make a...
Board should make a finding on that, so, great. Thanks, Jonah.
Madam Chair, I would suggest that for item T, we should eliminate the existing sentence and instead insert a sentence saying that based upon the application, peer reviews, testimony of the applicant and its agent, this standard is met.
Jeff?
Jim, I'm wondering if we could go maybe just a little bit further and give some specific details as far as the board and the fact that it is very clearly pushed very far into the center of the lot from any residential type buffering, and that they did add a berm, right? So just that, yeah, we heard their testimony, but let's point out those particular details as well.
That's excellent, Jeff. I agree with you completely. So a second sentence indicating that the location of the schools on the property and the trees and berm proposed by the applicant provide an adequate audio-visual buffer. Would that do it, Jeff?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would second that amendment.
So motion to make that amendment on T with a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. So 4-0 to amend T as shown on the screen regarding the audiovisual buffer. Anything else in the findings of fact? I think that's it. So moving on to the conditions of approval.
Well, Madam Chair, if you would like, I'll move that we adopt the findings of fact, the draft findings of fact, as amended.
Thanks for the motion, Jim. Is there a second?
I would second.
Thanks for the second, Jeff. Any discussion? Ben?
Thank you for recognizing me during the board discussion. I wanted to get your attention, as Lauren had some suggestions for at least one of those conditions.
I think we're just talking about the findings of fact right now, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Great. I just had a comment regarding one of the conditions that Jeff had brought up previously, which was about the Form 1. And I think that Jeff is correct that typically the Form 1 is a condition that sits underneath the pre-construction meeting conditions. And so if that language should be brought over into the conditions, it's something that typically we would add. So that is my comment.
So you're suggesting additional language beyond what's in 18 now?
Under draft condition number 6, typically the condition would read, prior to the start of construction, the applicant shall be required to execute a Form 1 maintenance agreement for stormwater management facilities and provide a recorded copy to the city. So.
I've added that and highlighted it on the screen for your review.
Great. So any comments from board members, Jeff?
So Madam Chair, I don't think we voted on the findings of fact yet, did we? Yes. We did?
No.
No,
we
we voted on amending
Okay.
T in the findings of fact, and then you had made a motion to approve the findings of fact as amended.
Okay.
I think we're all heading toward the same goal. So right now, we have a motion on the table to approve the findings of fact as amended. Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine? Yes. And I'll vote yes as well. So 4-0 to approve the findings of fact as amended. Now, conditions of approval, we can discuss. Six has been amended.
So, Madam Chair, I would move that we amend the conditions of approval, number 6, to have an additional bullet point reading the prior to the start of construction, the applicant shall be required to execute Form 1, a maintenance agreement for stormwater management facilities, and provide a recorded copy to the city.
Great, thanks for the motion, Jeff. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Jim. Any discussion? All those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine? Yes. And I'll vote yes as well, 4-0 to amend draft condition of approval number 6.
And Madam Chair, I'll move to adopt the amended conditions of approval.
Thanks for the motion, Jim. Is there a second?
I will second.
Thanks for the second, Jeff. Any discussion? All those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine? Yes. And I'll vote yes as well. So 4-0 to approve the conditions of approval as amended. Finally, we should have a motion to wrap all of this up in a neat bow.
So, Madam Chair, I'll move to grant site plan approval to 12 and 14 Beth Johnson Way, map 60, lots 15 through 18-1, and map 60, lot 20.
Thank you for the motion, Jim.
I will second.
Jeff seconds. Thank you, Jeff. Any discussion? All those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine? Yes. And I'll vote yes. So the application for site plan review is granted. Thank you very much. Anything else with that, Ben, or are we okay to move on to 6B?
No, that's the final action for the application.
Great, thank you. So the next item on the agenda is 6B, 1 Elm Street, map 38, lot 9. This is for site plan and shoreland zoning review to raise the height of existing left abutment stone masonry wall using stone masonry. The applicant is Brookfield White Pine Hydro LLC and HDR Engineering. So we'll start with staff report.
Thank you very much. I was bringing up the document. This is an application from White Pine Hydro, and the application is to raise the height of a wall as part of a maintenance for associated with the dam at Elm Street. The application material submitted to the city had indicated that it was a 2-foot adjustment. And since then, they've been working with a number of other permitting authorities, including DEP and the Saco River Corridor Commission, and they will be proposing a 3-foot height for that stone masonry wall in the downtown zoning district. So the application this evening, I believe, is in front of you for a determination of completeness, and there's a suggested motion in the materials.
Great, thank you. Do we have the applicant here today?
I'm Kelly McVeigh with HDR. Do you want me to give
Good
a
evening.
brief overview, or?
Yes, if you could give us a brief overview, and then
Sure.
some of the members might have
Yep.
follow-up questions.
So this is at Springs Dam, which is part of the Cataract Hydroelectric Project. The Nature Lake Fishway was constructed there back in 2019, I believe. In 2023, we had a FERC inspection, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and there was some surficial erosion noted, so that's of the left abutment wall. If you go down there now, that's why you kind of see sandbags there to help with that erosion. So to come up with a permanent solution, we're looking at raising the existing left abutment wall for 3 feet for 110 feet. So we'll use stone masonry. It will look similar. We have a contractor available, and he would be available to cut the blocks so that they would all look similar aesthetically. We'll use grout. It'll be a pretty small time frame. It'll be a small crew, probably 2 to 3 vehicles per day, and using a small excavator. And it'll probably be a month to month and a half time frame for construction.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Jeff?
Thank you, Ms. McVeigh. The erosion, so was it an erosion along the river face, or was it coming over from the parking area? Where was the erosion?
Nope, it was coming on the left abutment wall, but during very high flows, so think like 100-year storms, it was surpassing that, so there was some erosion on top.
Okay.
So that's why we'd like to raise it.
So I was on the board when we did a previous for the Natural Fishway application, and there was quite a bit of concern in that area of kind of some beautification, if you will, because it was in less than desirable conditions before, and it's kind of come along quite nicely. There is a very specific black, like 6-foot stockade fence there to protect pedestrians, and the way I interpret your plans, the wall is going to be on the opposite side of that. So we're elevating the river side, and that fence is going to remain in its position. So we still have protection for pedestrians or kids from falling into the river. And it's not going to be removed during construction. They're going to reach over it with the excavator and set their stone. Is that correct?
So the fence is actually set up so that portions of it can be removed and put back together. So the plan is to, while they are adding to the wall. If they need to remove certain portions of it, they will do so, but it will all be put back together again. So conditions should remain the same.
Okay. You know, I've kind of looked as I go by there every day. You know, a 2-foot increase isn't very much. 3 feet starts to kind of now get to be a little bit. Has there been any consideration given to, I think there were 3 benches that were required to be there. There were like some 5-foot-long sitting benches. Has there been any consideration to possibly doing a little bit of grade change there and just elevate those so people who are taking some time to sit and enjoy the falls that have kind of been created, this fishway, that they can see versus, you know, it's almost like the height of this bench, right? If
Yeah.
you're sitting down.
I'm just trying to see if you can see them on the figure. So it was on the last page. I'm trying to see where the benches were themselves. So with the height raise, because the wall itself sort of steps down, so you still should be able to see, it looks like it's at the base of the fence, so there shouldn't be any obstruction.
Well, correct. That fence currently, the wall as it is almost the grade of the bank, right?
Yeah.
So, but now you'll be raising the grade of the bank that exists 3 feet, approximately half the height of the fence, okay? And if you're standing, obviously there's very little concern for most people. You'd be able to see over a 3-foot embankment. I'm just wondering now, in the sense, if you wanted to sit on those benches, rather than looking at the back of a block and what you can see, you know, above the other side of the dam, has there been any concern? I'm not saying it's something that would hold my vote from, you know, tonight to move the process forward, but I think it's something that should be considered, is that was discussed very heavily at our planning board meetings for the formation of this natural fishway, because it's one of a few. It was like a pilot program, right? It's not really common to have this sort of natural fishway. So allowing people to observe and view it, and to just kind of have some peaceful open spaces. You know, I don't think it'd be a whole lot to possibly just take those benches in the current positions and do a little bit of landscaping and just maybe make a little bit of a berm they could sit on so people could still enjoy the view.
Yep.
I was just wondering if there'd be some consideration given to that.
Yeah, we haven't looked into that, but we can certainly do that.
Madam Chair, that's all I had.
Any other board questions or comments? Jim?
So this 3-foot rise is really designed to protect Water Street and the buildings on Water Street from flooding, you know, during high water events. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And it looks to me like I was going through the application. This is an application completeness review, so it's not a review of the entire project. We're just trying to see whether or not you've presented enough information for the application to be complete. It looks to me like you've done that. I don't see any missing pieces. Are you aware of any parts of the application process that you were unable to provide information to the city that was required?
No, we did receive some additional feedback from the planning board and the city engineer. We resubmitted a memo addressing that on October 6th. I'm not sure if that made it into your package, but I think it did. And so those were the remaining questions that we had.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other board questions or comments? Any other staff comments?
Planning staff doesn't have any additional comments.
And as far as planning staff is concerned, this application is complete?
Yes, yep, thanks.
So that, Jeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one final question. So in the sense that now we're adding a block or a couple courses of blocks to make a 3-foot rise, the existing wall is backed by earth, right? So we have a grade that's set now, kind of at the top of the existing wall in our 6-foot, 5-foot fence. Is there any concern, or are there any techniques that are using to pin or secure this top block in the event of a 100-plus year storm and the water being able to dislodge some of those blocks? Or is this still kind of a conceptual idea and we may have damage after another storm and then we have to look at having a raised berm behind the wall?
No, so we should be good just with the stone masonry blocks. So the engineers had looked at a variety of different options. So one of the options was looking at sort of metal plates being put in. That A was not very aesthetically pleasing. It didn't add anything that this wouldn't do. So they're comfortable that this will work and it should be fine.
Okay.
So as a reminder, this is application completeness review, so this is not a public hearing tonight. This is merely for the board to determine whether or not the application is complete or whether additional materials are needed for a complete submission. And then if the application is found to be complete, we can set this for a public hearing at a later meeting. Jeff?
Madam Chair, I move to find the application for 1 Elm Street complete.
Thanks for the motion, Jeff. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks for the second, Jim. Any discussion? All those in favor? Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. So 4-0 to find the application complete.
Great. Thank you.
And if we can, Jeff?
Madam Chair, I move to schedule the public hearing for November 4th, 2025.
Thanks for the motion, Jeff. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks for the second, Jim. Any discussion? Jim?
Is that date still good, given the fact that we had to postpone the application of completeness here, meeting until tonight? So it's really a question for the staff. Is November 4th still a good date for that public hearing?
It looks like November 4th, we have quite a full agenda. But I think that because of the condition of the wall and just the seasonality, that it would be good to schedule for November 4th.
So there's no time period after this, the application of completeness determination, until we can have the public hearing? Like, there's no time period we need to wait? So November 4th would be adequate?
Adequate notice to the public of the public hearing, that's the question.
That's all I was asking.
Thank you for the question. I believe that the period is adequate. I can take that question back as well, and if it's not adequate, then we'll have to move it to the following meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion to schedule the public hearing for November 4th. And we've had discussion, so all those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well, so 4-0 to move to schedule the public hearing for November 4th. We'll see you then. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I ask? Just wondering, would it be appropriate, can we also request that the staff draft findings of facts and conditions of approval? Because we could theoretically close the public hearing and process this one. I mean, the applicant, I think, has done a very, very thorough job of presenting all the materials for a relatively straightforward application. It would just be nice to expedite and have that opportunity available to us if we could ask staff to prepare those for November 4th.
Yeah, I think that that's something staff can absolutely do. We're happy to do that.
Great. Thank you very much. Matt, you're here.
Thank you for getting us started. All right, so Joyce, it looks like we've gone through, or you've lot 19, and this is a continued public hearing and application review for preliminary subdivision and site plan with a SLOTA delegated review for 94 residential house lots within the medium-density residential zoning district. Any additional comments, Ben, or any items to note before we begin?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. I know that the plans, or the last submission from the applicant, I believe they should speak to some phasing that I think is shown on the plans that may not have been a part of the conversation last time. I don't believe it's changed the engineering at all, more like the timing or the sequence of construction for the project. And secondly, there were peer review comments from Wright Pierce, and I'm not sure that the city's peer reviewer is here yet, but I believe either Nathan Edwards or Christine Reinhardt will be available maybe during the course of these proceedings to answer any questions that the board may have from an engineering peer review standpoint. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Ben. Board members, any conflicts or disclosures before we begin this continued application review on this item? Any questions for staff? All right, and with that, if the applicant wants to come on up and give us a update.
Good evening, Drew Gagnon with Coral Palmer representing Big Ledge LLC. In addition to what Ben mentioned, I talked about a response package that didn't make it in the packet last time but was submitted. That should be in this packet, so it's a lengthy comment response letter. Again, I'm happy to go over any of those, but we feel like we've addressed all, if not almost all of them, with this first pass. So we feel really good about where the plans are at and where the design is at this point. We did provide a supplemental package that's also in your packet, and that's with an updated plan set from October 15th. The only changes on that, I'll go over real quick. This is in our cover letter, but we had a good meeting with the city and the Water Resource Recovery District from the pump station orientation. We updated some of the, I'll call the alignment of the wet well and valve vault on that lot and some minor lot adjustments to lot 60 in order to incorporate all those comments. So those should be good from the city's perspective at least. As well as we had a discussion last time on Sparrow Lane and that roadway being private. At this point, we've requested this would be a public roadway. The only, we need to request a waiver for intersection separation. That's from Blue Jay intersection with Goldfinch to Sparrow Lane. The requirement for this designated roadway is 300 feet, and we provide 260 feet edge to edge. That's with the appropriate measurement that the city technical manual requires us to do. So again, the reasoning being was we weren't meeting that separation requirement before. We understood the planning board's concerns on having one small private road in the system. So that's, it's designed to public road standards. So we're comfortable just requesting that waiver for the board to make all the streets on this project public for public acceptance. In addition, I did provide the Army Corps permit approval. I mentioned that we had it last time. There's a condition in there from a timeline standpoint of starting construction that's actually passed. I've spoken with the Army Corps, and it's just a simple email request when we're ready to start construction to get that time updated. So basically, all intensive purposes, we have our Army Corps permit, and that is on file with the city. So again, that's all I have this evening. I think we're requesting preliminary approval. Again, happy to answer any questions that we have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Drew. Board members, any questions for the applicant at this time? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to thank you for kind of hearing me, I think, on Sparrow Lane. I think it makes a lot of sense to try to keep everything as having public amenities. My only question is, I guess we'll direct towards staff, is that when I saw that you were asking for a waiver on the spacing between intersections, can we get a review? Because there was an application, I think, for the dome that we sent out for legal consult, that some of those standards, those ordinances, we cannot as a board waive. They asked like for the zoning board of appeals to waive those. And I was just wondering if this particular one, the spacing between streets, is something that's within the power of the planning board to waive. I think Grady Burns had weighed in on slope. We were trying to modify the slope of a bank. And his particular verdict, his particular opinion was that as a board, we could not waive that because it was a fixed standard. So I appreciate the applicant wanting to come forth, but just so we're not premature, can we get an opinion or interpretation if that is something within the power of this particular board to grant a waiver on?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to answer that question if that's all right.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So that's a comment that I can take down and I can take back to staff. I know that we do have a traffic peer reviewer for this project. They're not scheduled to be here until I think 6:15 or 6:30. They may be able to make a further comment as well. So,
I guess more specifically, if it's within, structure of the ordinance and the formation of our board, I understand that if we are entitled to do that and have the power to grant a waiver, that yes, we're going to want to look for our peer review's opinion on it. We're not out of policy or out of guidelines in trying to grant a waiver for this particular type of standard and how it appeared.
sure. Yeah, that's a question that I can ask and I'll bring the answer back to you.
So, Lauren, so that, from what I understand, the section referenced is within the technical design and construction standards. So that's I guess that's the document we want to reference and confirm with the city engineer. I was trying to find in here again, had the city engineer made a comment on that request or provided any opinion on that yet, Drew, or?
I haven't seen anything personally.
Okay, I didn't think so either, based on the date of your cover letter there. So that's, I guess, Lauren, that'd be something, opinion from the civil or city engineer, and then confirmation to Jeff's question, is that, can we waive technical design standards?
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to follow up with that later. I'll take that question back.
Any other, Jim?
Drew, since I live in a private road, I wasn't necessarily opposed to you having a private road as part of this application, but once you asked for the waiver, I shared Jeff's concern too. If we can grant a waiver, that's great. But if we don't have the power to do it, then that might be the zoning board or who knows. But so that would require, if you do want that to be a public street, we would need to figure out who, if anyone, can grant a waiver to that. It may not be us. I don't know.
Yeah, we understand that. Again, I think the idea was we heard the board's concern, and if it doesn't work and it's not within the planning board's power, then I think we would keep it private. We'd just keep it private. So it was more of a response to the board's request. We can't
Sure.
slide the roadway any further south, which would create that 40 feet separation. There's a wetland, isolated wetland in the middle of that pocket, and that wouldn't fit geometry-wise to do that. So that's really the reason why we can't just slide it south and flip a lot. Otherwise, that would be something we would be amendable to. It's just not possible with the wetlands.
Sure. And perhaps it sounds like the board could support such a waiver, just confirming that process, given that it's a secondary road, or getting an opinion from city engineer as a secondary road, and that site distance and this particular scenario. So I guess that's the goal, Lauren. Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another item we had talked a little bit about, Drew, was the existing quarry that's on the site, and I know you had said that you didn't feel, or you didn't have anything proposed for creating any sort of perimeter barrier or some sort of safety measure. Is that still currently your stance, that you feel like the natural vegetation is sufficient to keep, children or anybody from playing or falling on that? Because that's, it's going to be a point of topic for me and part of the board at some point, I think. And I was just wondering if anything had changed since the last meeting.
Yeah, we're still not proposing a fence. We still feel like it's adequate the way it is. But again, we're looking for board feedback on that. If that's something that the board would like for a fence, we can review it. And I don't think that's a big deal to the applicant. It's just we haven't had feedback yet on exactly what it is. But right now, it's still proposed as a vegetated buffer. So.
And I guess one more question, kind of reviewing the open space. I've understood pretty clearly you're hoping to offer up all of the open space for or city acceptance. And I went back and I reviewed Chapter 188-703 for open space requirements, and because it used to be in our road format, I thought it was pretty clear about usable space for open recreation. And I guess as I've been on the site a number of times now, and most of those open spaces would technically be, they'd be an open space, but not really usable. I mean, they're basically defined, most of them are defined as wetlands. And I'm just wondering how does that truly benefit, where we're looking at what looks like will be a very nice subdivision that would flow with the community, and that's what the community has been kind of calling out for this lot. But what amenities is this offering? I kind of view it as, okay, we can't build on this area, so it's wetland. We'll call it the open space. It'll meet the requirement. We'll give it to the city. It comes off the tax roll, but the 92, 94 houses aren't going to have any real benefit from it. They can't necessarily go walking in there, versus maybe offering up some sort of a true, park type lot. And it doesn't necessarily need to be anything big. I think of like the Joe Riley Park. I think of the little park that's next to City Hall, the post office, and how communities or neighborhoods grow and thrive. There used to be a neighborhood where I grew up that would have a block party for their neighborhood. And whether it be a small gazebo, is there something that could be truly offered as an open space goal within this subdivision, versus saying, hey, this is kind of our undevelopable land, we'll just pass it on? Or do we as a board just say, okay, if that's going to happen, you hold it as an HOA and pay the taxes on it, and whatever your group wants to do with it, it's there. But I viewed that ordinance as being pretty strict, as as our city forefathers asking to provide some sort of open space for peaceful enjoyment that can be truly enjoyed. Even if it's mostly a lawned area, and maybe a gazebo, maybe just the opportunity for, even if it's retained for yours, it's private, it's part of this neighborhood, something to say, hey, we in Saco are really trying to raise the bar on community and allowing community events to take place. Pepperell Park, right? We talk about how important that is to the neighborhood and some functions that can take place there. I think of Kennybunk on Store Street. They've got that kind of tucked little, it's just a lawn area. They do have a gazebo there. But people will go and exercise their dogs or walk or sit on the benches. Just wondering, it seems like we're really getting closer to that goal of what the community has been asking for. Can we truly try to meet that ordinance? And maybe it'll play out as you develop and work on the Sparrow Lane, if it's going to work or not, and maybe one of these lots would change to allow some access. I was just wondering if you truly gave it thought, because I look at the offering of the wetlands not really as meeting the open space requirements for the subdivision. And it's just, I think that needs to be kind of a conversation that's had at some point. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
So this has been discussion that we've had over the years with various towns, you know, whether it's Saco, Scarborough. I mean, some of the towns used to say, hey, you know, if you're gonna, you know, do like a cluster subdivision, you know, we want to do a park. And then they started putting these things in. And then, you know, 5, 10 years down the road, Parks and Recs, various towns and stuff like that are coming back and saying, hey, we don't have the manpower to maintain these things. You know, so I mean, Scarborough used to require a minimum park in all their subdivisions. And then later on, you know, the parks were getting abused, destroyed. They didn't have the manpower to fix these things back up or the funds to do it. So then they stopped doing it and said, we don't want these things anymore because they're starting to turn into more of a nightmare of trying to maintain them and trying to keep up with them. You know, because not all kids are going to go over there and say, hey, we're going to take care of this park. They're going to go over there and vandalize it, abuse it. Not all of them, but, you know, you get that one every few. So this is why we haven't really said, hey, we're going to do this really cool thing, because in the past, Parks and Rec has come to me and said, we don't want it. But by giving it to the town has the ability to say, well, hey, you know, a year or two, we might have this idea and we might want to incorporate it onto that piece of land. You know, whether it's new or whether they've done it on another project. But currently, right now, you know, we're not seeing Parks and Rec wanting to take on more responsibility for more of these things. So that's why we haven't come up with anything. But at the same time, I think giving it to the city is really good because it's open to public. It reduces liability on an HOA, because if the HOA owns the land and somebody goes out there and walks on it and gets hurt, they could sue the HOA. Versus if it's the city, they got immunity.
So, exactly, and I guess didn't want you to misconstrue my thought of discussion is maybe this park, and I agree 100%, because towns having to take over all these pocket parks that don't benefit necessarily a huge part of the community is a real struggle for a lot of communities. And that's why maybe consideration of making this a little different, where you're creating an amenity that's an HOA for your association, and gives the benefit of kind of raising the class of the neighborhood a little bit. You know, offering, because from where we're sitting, there's the liability for the town too. We're going to take over ownership of land that is wetland, that is really difficult to put trails on, and is going to be a buffer, because you were kind enough to kind of make this 25-foot buffer around most of the perimeter, which we like as a buffer. And in a sense, having the city own that is beneficial because we know it's preserved. But then the city's in a liability position of maintaining the trees and, you know, the falling on each one of these neighboring properties, right? Now we're going to ask our arborist team to go out and maintain how many linear feet of buffer around your parcel. So both sides are looking at a liability situation. Both sides would consider what might be an amenity to how many people, and there are some maintenance costs, right? And my only thought was just to put it out there, because I feel like we're asked to review a criteria for open space, and the open space that's being offered being the wetlands, and knowing just how wet they are, not on our last site walk, but on the site walks before. So we took a last site walk in a drought, but when we walked out there in previous site walks, you know, it's, you know, hip or, you know, knee boot deep sometimes in very soft soil. So like I said, I don't think it's anything that the Parks and Rec would necessarily go, oh, we're going to build a trail system out there, because it just creates an issue. And we can ask, but oftentimes that is exactly what you said. The feedback is, hey, our Parks and Rec budget is stretched too thin. We don't have the ability to maintain all these. So how do we find that happy medium where maybe you could still offer up the buffer if the city was willing to take that over, but then have a true little one-lot type pocket park that's HOA controlled, an amenity that you guys can control. We as a board, or at least me as a board member, can go, they really tried. They did set aside some open space. You know, it's level, it's firm. They can, you know, they can have a small little gathering like they do at Mechanics Park in Biddeford, right? You can have a few tables and an art in the park type pocket event for your community. Maybe it's just a cookout. Your HOA gets together and they have a little cookout. but to have some truly usable space where, 25 people can gather and play music on a Friday evening in the summertime. You can't necessarily do that in the wetlands that are there. It's just very difficult. You can't put a blanket down and have a picnic. So that's just kind of what I'm asking is, how do we find that sweet spot of offering true open space versus just saying, hey, this is our unusable land, we're going to meet a requirement, we're going to offer it to the city as open space. And, I understand the buffer strategy, but I just view it as a liability for the city to maintain all of this wetland from a vegetation point of view, because now whoever buys your parcels are going to be complaining about this massive tree that's aged and dying and say, oh, it's on city property, and you need to find a way to get a forester out there, and it's totally encompassed. They can't get trucks to it, and I just view that we have to be aware as a board when we review that. That's my only thought. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Jim?
I have a question that is probably more for the planning staff. We were hoping to receive a review from the code enforcement about the proposed lots and conformance with zoning requirements, and I'm just wondering if code enforcement's had an opportunity to do that yet.
Mr. Chair, I have not seen anything from the Code Enforcement Office on, related to the dimensional standards for these lots. I think that was really where the board was looking correct about the zoning compliance with the dimensions.
That's my understanding. I mean, that comment popped up prior to the last meeting, and so we made the request, and so hopefully code enforcement prior to the next meeting could give us an answer on that. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make sure that that question goes back to code enforcement.
Thank you, Lauren.
To answer that question, Jim, they all do meet dimensional standards. We're just waiting for the different departments to respond. We've been getting a lot of delays on that lately.
But, and I was assuming that was the case, Jason, but I hadn't seen anything from them, so
Yep.
I'm sure it'll come back fine, but thanks for that
Yep.
comment.
We share the same frustration. To answer your question, Jeff, Drew just came back. He said, we just got just over 9 acres of upland in the open space. If that helps.
Jason, that was 9 acres of wetland, you said?
Upland.
Upland wetland, yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to point out in Chapter 88, Section 703, talking about open space, it does indicate under E1 that the planning board shall receive input from Parks and Rec before making a determination about proposed open space. So seems like there has to be a conversation with Parks and Rec. I know the developer has talked to the Parks and Rec department already in terms of whether Parks and Rec has ideas for this property or whether they are looking at it as up above when it talks about maintaining. Yeah, I'm not going to find it now, of course. The scenic properties of the parcel. I mean, the problem I have with this is one of the things that the neighbors were talking about early on was the value of the woods and the wildlife. And if you start making parks, you're destroying even more habitat. And it seems to me there's some inherent value in leaving some of the trees. Open space doesn't necessarily mean cleared space.
Thank you, Joyce. Jeff?
So point taken. And I think one of the things I might be missing is item E5 talks about road frontage. So any of the open space selected primary for scenic or passive recreation shall have a minimum of 50 feet of road frontage. The planning board may require greater frontage. So at some point in the next revision, where you have 9 acres of land, could you just kind of, highlight a crosshatch or something, the frontage that it's going, so it makes that requirement? Because, if there is that 50, 60 feet of frontage, and we label it that it's going to be this open space, and it's upland, then I'm pretty good with that. As I looked at the overall site plan, it looked like a lot of it was some of the existing wetlands. So let's just maybe make a note on the plan, and it'll be easier to review that way.
Yeah, we have hundreds of feet of road frontage attached to those, to the open space. So that's not an issue. But I can have Drew calculate how many lineal feet it is.
Yeah, if you could just maybe mark what the upland open space is versus the overall offering of wetlands, that would be helpful. Just kind of somehow highlight it out in a fashion.
Thank you, Jeff. So with that, Lauren and Ben, could we ask Parks and Rec to, I know we have a comment from them regarding some landscaping and plantings, but can we have them specifically address the open space as well and get their input on that? I'm hearing all our board members here, and this is a interesting space because we do have a lot of natural vegetation. We have the American chestnut tree, throughout the space that we're trying to capture and preserve as well. A lot of wetlands. So this, while I agree with Jeff, perhaps this particular scenario doesn't lend itself to soccer fields or baseball fields, and maybe it's more of a natural open space. So that's getting some input specifically to that as well. And usually Parks and Rec, I know Mr. Summer does a really good job about hitting that topic, but.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to take that question back to Parks and Recreation, and I will have comments from them before the next meeting.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts from board members? One item I wanted to, talk about was the buffering, and we were on site. We were able to see the buffering and get a good feel for it. And we have a few scenarios here. I'm trying to pull up that document quickly here. We're in the 20-foot range. I see the document where we show the no cut and the buffer. And Jason, that buffering ranges from 10, 15 feet to 40 feet in some cases. Am I understanding that correctly? No fence currently. Of course, I can't find it.
We have a fence
Fast
over
here.
behind the
There we go.
soils filter. Backside of the soils filter. Chain link fence just to prevent any children from walking from the existing subdivision over to ours.
Okay, sure. So then, I guess typically we have our vegetative buffer and our no cut area it's typically at the rear of the property. Is that correct? Is that sort of?
Yeah, between all the parcels and the abutting lots, I think there's only a couple lots that we had to reduce it down to 10 feet because we were trying to avoid any wetland impact, but the majority of them have 25.
And I guess that's just.
Wasn't a requirement, it was just something that I just wanted to do.
Sure. So I guess talk me through that piece. So it's at the rear of the property but doesn't come into the property. Is that to lend itself opportunity for purchasers and individual landowners to cut to the edge of their property, or?
No, so there's literally it's part of the open space. So those little strips between the neighbors and the new parcels, that piece of land is going to be part of the open space. So the new home buyer is not going to be able to cut into those buffer areas because they don't own it.
Sure, but they could cut right up to it.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I wanted to confirm and understand. So they could So I'm,
They could cut to the back of their property lines, but from the property line to the existing subdivisions, we kept a buffer in between those two.
yes. So I'm looking on the west side of the property, for example, so 44 through 48, those lots, they could clear those lots right to their property line, and each lot has a tree in front of it, and then it would go all the way to that 20-foot buffer.
Correct, yeah.
That no cut zone.
And a lot of the people, I mean, so that's, you know, I mean, we have a lot of people that are on Skyline too. They already have a natural tree buffer on the back of their properties as well. So if you actually look at an aerial, which I'm not sure if you have a photo with an aerial, but the existing houses that have been on Skyline for 20, 30 years already have a 30 to 50-foot tree buffer on their property as well. So we're going to be adding another 20 feet onto our side. So it's not just a 20-foot tree buffer for all those neighbors. It's a lot deeper than that because of their existing trees as well that they haven't cut in 30 years. So I'm assuming they're not going to cut them going forward. I mean, they could if they wanted to, but I mean, but there's definitely a lot bigger tree buffer than what we're leaving.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any additional questions, thoughts?
Mr. Chair, I think it's worth talking about whether the majority of the board is in favor of having a fence at the quarry. It sounds like that's a question that's hanging there that hasn't really been addressed. And it makes sense for the applicant to have some direction on that.
Sure. So with that, continue along. Are you in support of a fence at the quarry for safety?
I think on one edge of it, it looked pretty steep to me, and I worry that kids are kids, and they're going to explore in the woods, and I'm glad there will be woods for them to explore in. But I would like to keep them from falling down embankments, because presumably at some point, summers won't be as dry as this one. There might actually be standing water here. So I'd be in favor of having, you know, I don't think it has to be fancy. I mean, I think chain link is appropriate. But I'd like to see something there just for safety measures. You know, it's not going to keep out somebody who's intent on getting into the quarry, but hopefully it'll keep out most people, at least slow them down.
And we're looking at the piece of property, that's I guess the southwest corner along Lincoln Street. That piece doesn't have does that one have a lot number, Jason, or?
No, that's part of the open space.
It's just part of the open space, so
So she's talking like the side towards Kimball Health Center, towards the west side. That was the trail that we were walking down where it definitely was pretty steep and dropped off pretty good on that side. The other side where we're doing the houses, that's more of a gradual slope as it goes into the quarry, but that west side definitely has a lot steeper edge to it. I'm not opposed to doing a chain link fence, you know, for the protection of, like you said, any children running out in the woods or whatever and they fall. So we could definitely look into, you know, as far as, okay, anything that's steeper than a certain slope, we can put the chain link fence on it. We can come up with some sort of design. I can go walk it again and kind of GPS it out to what looks really reasonable.
okay. Any other thoughts from board members? Jeff?
I mean, I concur. We've consistently, when there's a vertical drop of usually over like 4 feet to 6 feet, we've asked for that on retaining walls in other subdivisions. We've been very adamant on the river overlook project that went through a few years ago. And like Mr. Labonte's pointing out, that Kimball Health Center side is probably a 20, 25-foot drop. I think it's very important that we consider that for safety, and it would be basically, my view, would be everything on that open space side. I'm not sure about the transition to where lots 2 and 3 are, but there definitely should be, you know, something protecting that. I'm not sure, maybe chain link is a good option, because whatever, you know, kind of pucker brush is there will grow into it, and it'll just kind of make a visual wall, and people might forget that it's there. Chain link is easier for kids sometimes to climb, but I think it'd be better than like the vertical slat fence where they pry it open and get through it. Something maybe dark in color, but I do definitely think there should be like a 6-foot fence all the way around that. That's a pretty substantial drop of a quarry for kids that are playing, should they slip and fall. And then, you know, how do our first responders get in there to do a rescue? You know, it's, to me, let's kind of nip it in the bud and put a fence up. I would be in support of that.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members? Jim?
I mean, I agree too. I was just looking at the topographical map showing, actually it was the tree clearing plan map, but it shows sort of gradations that are quite steep, not just on the Kimball Health side, but probably bordering lots 2 and 3 as well. So just pure safety, I mean, if there are any kids in lots 2 or 3, I would be worried about them if there wasn't some mechanism to make sure they don't get through, and either some very, very painful brush or a chain link fence.
Yeah. I'll walk around the whole thing and kind of make a determination of, you know, what's steep, what's not. I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't really walked around that quarry when we did the site walk. That was like the first time I really got really good at set of eyes on it. So that was, yeah, it's definitely daunting, but I'll walk around the whole thing. I mean, if it looks like the whole thing needs it, we'll do the whole thing. So we'll come up with something on the next plan, and I'll give you a good description of why we're doing it.
Yeah, so the board supports something for safety there and something not climbable, I think would be great. I'm not a big fan of chain link fences, but we're not going to see it here, and safety should be paramount, so that's good, Jeff.
So in that thought of safety, I mean, I understand your concern about trying to look for slopes, but I get concerned if 2 or 3, lots 2 or 3, if you determine there's not much slope there and we don't put a fence, the kids can get to the perimeter of the fence and start climbing the edge. So probably should contain the whole thing from a safety point of view, so the kids can't get to the inside to walk the inner rim to where it is steeper. Is kind of my thought, like a full containment of some sort.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's where we'd look for you to propose something back
Yeah,
to us.
I'll take a look at it, Jeff. I mean, if they're going to climb walls, they're going to climb the fence. I mean, at some point, the fence is only to keep out, you know, the people that, you know, for walking accidentally over a cliff. But, you know, if they plan on climbing, they're going to climb over a fence and get in there anyways and think it's cool. So, you know, the fence, I think, is more, it makes sense to me. If somebody's out there, it's dawn, they're hiking, not really, can't see very well, then all of a sudden they fall. I think that's where I was kind of coming into, you know, where it's a steep drop off versus typically your ponds, if they're 3-to-1 slopes, they don't require fences because people can walk down the hill and walk back up a hill. But we'll take a look at it and definitely determine, you know, and I'll give you the reasons why. I'll tell you, I'll let you know what I find.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I won't do it. I'm just saying we'll see what's reasonable.
Yep. Any other thoughts from board members? So we also have board members are comments here from the city, our third-party reviewer here as well. I believe they were going to try to join us this evening. Are there any questions on that document, that response? I think we have, this is the same packet, Lauren and Ben, I think, from that's in our packet here, right? Is that? I'm trying to find it again now. There's a lot of pages here. Or is this different? Do you know? 9/15, sorry. 9/15, 10/14. All right, there's the date. So this is the most recent response to the digital version. Okay, thank you.
We talking about the Wright Pierce comments?
The Wright Pierce comments, correct, from 1014. That just you and Drew have that document as well, and
Yeah. Yeah, Drew had already responded to every single one of them. So every question they had, we either agreed or fixed whatever concerns they had.
okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just want to compliment Jason and his team. I thought Wright Pierce did a great job being very specific with their concerns, and Jason's team has done an excellent job responding to all those in detail. And, I mean, Wright Pierce has a new memo in which they laid that all out, but I thought that was very helpful and appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to comment that the peer reviewer is here from Wright Pierce, if you have any specific questions.
Great, thank you, Lauren. Board members, any additional thoughts, questions, concerns? We do still have a continued public hearing this evening as well. When the board is ready, we can continue that, or we can have additional discussion on any item that you'd wish.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'd be interested in hearing from the peer reviewer if there are any remaining comments or concerns that are unaddressed.
Sure.
Hi, I'm Nate Edwards. I'm here for Wright Pierce. We're the peer reviewers for the engineering. We had on the 14th a response to the latest response comments. I don't believe we've received additional feedback since then, but on that, it was mostly stormwater related. There was just a question of the city's requirement for 25% surplus capacity, so more like looking at article, the one about infrastructure specifications. I don't know if you plan to address that one or anything, or if that's been discussed yet.
Sorry, can you say that again? We couldn't hear you. in the
Sorry.
middle there.
There was one stormwater comment
Yep.
about the 25% surplus capacity. Just be curious if that was going to be addressed in this next round, or if we're maybe misinterpreting the city's ordinance requirement there.
Okay,
That's part of the infrastructure specifications on page 2.
sure.
That was the only comment left there. A lot of other things were minor, just like main water, submitting main water coordination when available. We were curious if the Conservation Commission was providing any more comments and reviewing the tree clearing plan.
Okay.
You do have this memo in front of you, right?
We do,
From
yep.
1014?
Yep, I'm
Okay.
following through as you're noting these, so there's a few,
It-
looks like a few other, as you mentioned, items to be
Just kind of,
clarified.
yeah, just some coordination. The other reviewer, Christina, just picked up on some other things in the operation and maintenance plan, pretty minor comments just about wording.
Okay. Board members, any questions for Nate at this time on their notes? It seems like there's a few items to get some clarity on, but Jeff?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kind of wonder if you could classify or explain a little bit about item number 3, which the original comment was the stormwater management report does not address stormwater volume. And as it turns onto page 4, and I apologize, it's just I didn't really have time to review this packet as we got it this evening. And it talks about the type of infiltration that they were originally designing was not, or that Maine DEP discourages that infiltration basin. But then it says follow-up, you kind of, it's okay. You kind of just, they're doing what they can. Can you explain that whole section to me a little bit, please?
Sure. So the city's ordinance had said, paraphrasing, but along the lines of promoting infiltration to the greatest extent practicable. So we were just asking if they had looked into infiltration practices, which some of the practices that they do propose would do that, but just not all of them. And so they responded stating that it was not practicable in all areas due to either, I believe, groundwater, and then they were groundwater elevations, and they were also just referencing how DEP discourages infiltration in a lot of cases. I think mostly due to concerns of pollutants entering the groundwater. So we just felt that they provided enough justification that they were doing infiltration as much as feasible.
So are there other best practices or other design characteristics that could perform the filtering function better?
I don't believe so, no. Just given the conditions that are there.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you have anything to add to that specific comment? Sure.
Yeah, Drew, if you could add to that, that's great.
Certainly. So the comments around volume of runoff, and it wants to promote infiltration. So number one, we always look at, all right, how do you infiltrate the runoff that you're producing, right? You're changing vegetated area to impervious area, right? So you're trying to get that back into the ground. So we're providing roof edge drip line filters, which are coming off the single family homes, and that goes directly into the ground. So that's portion of the infiltration. As far as the other facilities, we're providing 2 gravel wetlands and I believe 8 grass under drain soil filters. The gravel wetlands are thought of in the stormwater community as the best filtrating BMP that you can provide. They mitigate the groundwater, the existing groundwater, and so it's not technically infiltration, but it does recharge the groundwater. That's the whole idea with those things. You create a permanent pool level below the ground, below the pond bottom, and it helps recharge that. So they're thought of as a very efficient stormwater drainage management tool, which is why we selected them here. So the 2 largest facilities are gravel wetlands, so we're taking as much as possible of the developed and impervious area, recharging it into the groundwater, and then slowly releasing it out. So it's not a technical infiltration because it's not straight going into the ground, but it mitigates with the existing groundwater. You use it in scenarios you have high groundwater sites, which we have here. So it's a good tool to use in that regard.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note out, it looks like a couple of the members of the public are having a hard time hearing, so if we could maybe just ask people to speak into the mics. Or
Sure.
I don't know if staff has any sort of hearing implements that are available, or people could move if there's a strategic spot, but thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and there are hearing devices in the back of the room that are available if anyone needs those, so.
All right. We'll make sure everyone does their best to speak right into the microphone, including myself. Any other thoughts or questions from board members?
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to add that the peer reviewer for traffic is also here. Jason Reddy from VHB, so.
Okay, great. Let's, if you would like, let's have him join us as well and give us a brief update, if you could, on the traffic, on their latest memo. Yes, please. It's great timing. Come on up.
Sure. What, oops, that's maybe a little too close. What is it that you would like me to address specifically?
So, can you go ahead and state your name and address, or not your address, but your affiliation for our meeting minutes here and for the public here?
Absolutely. My name is Jason Reddy. I'm with the consulting firm VHB, and I'm with acting as the peer reviewer for traffic and transportation for the city.
Great. Could you just sort of summarize your report and the review of the traffic and the scenario here and in the study area, and if you sort of comment on that?
Yeah, I brought it here with me tonight, and I can just kind of go down through it if you'd like, kind of summarize as I go.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. So, referring to the development, we find that we reviewed the traffic portions that were submitted as part of the application, and we found that generally things were as industry standard, or say how we may have approached the review and analysis. Let's see. I mean, I can just kind of, like I said, I'll just kind of go down traffic volumes. We found that the way that the developer adjusted their volumes based off from the data collection and making it more consistent with the time of the year and the seasonality appeared to be meeting the typical processes that, say, Maine DOT would require for one of their permits. And I'll even kind of preface that with the initial part of does this meet the threshold of meeting the traffic movement permit process? And we concurred that it did not. It did not rise to that level. Going down next to the trip generation. We made a few comments on this, but generally found that the approach was, consistent with what we believe was an accurate trip generation for the project. The distribution process, where we're taking this the anticipated trips generated for the development and how that is put into the overall transportation network. We found that to be consistent standard methodology. The other one is just the kind of the study area. Based off from not meeting the thresholds of a traffic movement permit into Maine DOT standard, we found that including the study area only being limited to the site driveways was consistent with standard processes and did not incorporate the larger transportation network as would a larger development would be required. So with that trip generation and applying that to the overall network, the next part that we reviewed was the capacity analysis, or rather how well the traffic is incorporated into the network. We did note that we didn't review the specific traffic models that were created, the traffic model files themselves, but just the output that we had. We did have a few notes on, the differences that, maybe could have been done, but overall, we found that the expected impact or the increase in delay would be minimal. As we noted, or rather what was presented by the developer, was that at the site driveways, the level of service was A, which is based off from an A to F, grading scale. And in this case, A is good and F is not so good. In all cases, we found that it appeared to be consistent and applicable, that there would not be a significant amount of trip generation and therefore capacity and delay upon that network with the existing traffic. So with that delay, we also reviewed their queue lengths, and again, consistent with the level of service, we found them to be minimal. I think in all cases, less than 50 feet were anticipated, and the peak hour of traffic and which is what each of these are all measured. We're a worst case, we'll say, among the seasonal and average traffic. That's probably where the most of the analysis was, but I'll just briefly go down. Again, site distance was another part that we evaluated. There we found that, the site driveways are at, straight and level portions of the roadways. So, and we visited them in place to kind of confirm, noting that, there could be vegetation to be trimmed, but which is, a minimal part, and that overall that we didn't anticipate site distance issues to arise from this. Taking a look at the methodology for the crash history, we noted that, there was no high crash locations in the vicinity. As part of our further review, we did take an additional look at Maine DOT's website, which provides their public map viewer, and looking specifically for bicycle and pedestrian crashes. And we did note that there was a pedestrian collision at 275 Lincoln Street, adjacent to the site. So we just added that to our commentary. After that, it's really speaking kind of a general overview of that. We take a look at the site and development plans. And from here, we're basically just, providing directives that to which the city processes already provide, any accommodations should follow ADA. There's a turnaround noted within the application too, and what we may have seen just maybe it wasn't exactly clarified, so we just directed that, it should meet City of Saco ordinance or other specifications for those turnarounds. That is the end of the review that I have, but I can take specific questions or direct them back to the developer's application.
Great, thank you. Board members, Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Reedy. As I look at what I'm seeing here, and I want to be clear that because the number of peak traffic counts for this proposal does not meet the high volume by like 2, right? We're 2 counts shy of triggering a full-blown traffic study. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't have the report in front of me right now, but 100 trips is that threshold that Maine DOT requires.
Okay. And so because we didn't hit that threshold, which I think it was 2 counts, 2 trips off, the review then becomes just to the entrance driveways. Is that correct? You're only looking at the Lincoln and at the 2 entrance driveways to the development. We're not looking past that. Is that correct?
I would direct you back to the city staff or who established the study area, but generally, when you don't arise to the level of a traffic movement permit per Maine DOT guidelines, that typically the study area is relegated just to all development driveways.
Okay, because I'm just saying that you did the peer review,
Yep.
and what you're saying is it was to the 2 entrance driveways for this development.
Correct.
Okay. So then the next step is you were really evaluating the methodology, and I read your report, and one of them might be 0.1 versus 0.85, but it would be pretty negligible in the calculations that they used. What were the base counts? What was the date of the base counts for traffic on these roads that was used for their report and your review?
I think it's listed there, and I'm checking my thing. It looks like there was a July 13th turning movement count. So in that case, you can see on my 3rd bullet in the first under traffic volumes that because it was collected in that peak month, the ratio was the 0.85 over the 0.85. So in this case, the 1 meaning that no adjustment was needed for that particular turning amount. Correct.
Okay, I just want to be clear because we've allowed the applicant to bring forward some previous used reports and document for this site. I just wanted to make sure that we're dealing with current information on that.
Yeah, you can see, sorry, and to continue on, the next one was April 10th. And in that case, that's a little bit outside of what we'll call the normal. So in that case, a seasonal adjustment factor was applied. In that case, the April 10th count based off from the methodology and the data provided by Maine DOT, a factor of 1.11, or rather an 11% increase in volume was applied to their April 10th account.
Okay, just wanted to make sure it was April 10th of 2025 and not 2022.
I'd have to refer back to the report when it was done, but in such cases, a annual adjustment factor would also be applied if it's not the current year.
Okay, it's just kind of data that I'm trying to formulate, because we also have ordinances in our city ordinances that we're not allowed to, approve subdivisions or growth when we're going to bring the level of service below a failing grade at any intersection in the proximity. And that's why I was asking. So your review was at the driveways. It wasn't, at the cross streets, 3 streets either direction. So we have no idea that the 98 trips in the peak hour, they have to go somewhere, but we didn't look any further than leaving the driveway, is what your peer review was limited to, because that's what we asked you to do by ordinance. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we don't know if one cross street down, it's a failing intersection in both directions. So any exit strategy could all be failing. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not aware of what the capacity analysis were in adjacent driveways or intersections.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other questions? Great, thank you, Jason.
Great, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate, since this is a continued public hearing, I'll move to reopen the continued public hearing.
Thank you for the motion, Jim.
I would second that motion.
Second by Jeff, thank you. Any additional discussion to reopen the public hearing on this item? All right, those in favor. Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I will vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to reopen the public hearing. If anyone is with us this evening that would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and we will collect comments and we will address them as best we can at the conclusion.
These do work. I would recommend them to anyone because I could not understand half the things that were being said. Of course, I'm at the stage of my life where that's not unusual. So, if I could figure out, we have them at the church too, but many times people feel, I don't know, self-conscious using them. Anyway, a bunch of things. It's interesting the subject you were bringing up, and I'm glad you are doing them because these are very difficult decisions that have to be made. And I came in with this thought, and obviously a lot of discussion is around it, that whatever we do, especially at this time, we have to look long-term. And for me, long-term is not 5 or 10 years. We have to look 50 years. Some of our children live in the Boston area, and you know that all over Boston itself, there's many little common areas. They're very tiny, but they're great for the neighborhoods. And once you go to the towns outside of Boston, many times you find not only common activity areas, but you also find wooded areas where now there's bicycle paths, walking paths, just like Ferry Beach State Park. Has anybody been into Ferry Beach to see the trails and all that? We used to take our kids when they were little on bicycles and go through the trails. And as a side note, number one, the famous and infamous hole that's by Lincoln Street. I don't think any fence really would do justice to that. I think what should have been done 50 years ago should have been filled. You put a fence, unless you clear cut all the trees around it, something's going to fall on that fence. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, there's going to be a hole. It's not a difficult thing. So you cannot maintain a fence indefinitely. I think it just needs to be filled. Bring a lot of rock, throw the rock in there, put some dirt on top. You don't have to do anything fancy, just fill it. And I think that's pretty simple. Now, as a planning board, again, as we look down the road 50 years, again, as last time, traffic without question. I have to leave the church, which is on Bradley Street, to get to the turnpike a few times a week. I did it again today. And cutting across on Tasker or Garfield. Tasker, if I want to go straight out of town, Garfield, if I'm trying to get on the turnpike. If you hit those certain hours, traffic is an issue. We have a second exit being built. Why? Because traffic is an issue. Why would the state invest all that money if it wasn't an issue? So yes, the big picture, because what is happening, there is a development across the church, or I should say between us and this property, that there's going to be 30 units, I think, condominiums. So that's how many cars? 60 cars, whatever, I don't know, which is okay. I don't have a problem with smaller developments. So what is happening is that the ongoing situation, and especially if you look 50 years down the line, nobody's really looking at it. For instance, why have we not made a connector between Route 5 and Route 112 on the other side of the turnpike? So the traffic on Route 5 can cut across. Smutty Lane is not a good connection. You need something more straight. In addition to that, on the other side of the turnpike, especially with Route 5 Bradley Street, because there's a lot of farmland, property should be bought on both sides so there's enough space for a 5-lane road, a turning lane and 2 lanes on either side. You're not going to start there, but I guarantee you 50 years from now, when we're all dead, that's what it's going to be like. It's going to require that because the development, you cannot stop it, and I'm not for stopping it. So we really need to be thinking way ahead. So bringing it, again, not only the traffic, but what happens, I remember talking with Mayor Ron Mishu. I don't know how many of you know him. We live relatively close to one another, talking about the overpass, 112 North Street over the turnpike. And I told him, I said, I'm so glad you're redoing it. I said, you're going to have at least 4 lanes, right? And he said, you don't need 4 lanes. This was what? When was he a mayor? 15 years ago? Not more than that. That is what is happening. Now, I want to bring also the issue of affordability. Unfortunately, this area has become unaffordable. Taxes are unaffordable. Everything is unaffordable. What family making household income under 120, 150 can even dare to think about living in this area and buying a home? And no matter how much the homes are for, there's just no way you can build them cheaper. It is what it is. And we know what happens. Most of the houses do go to out-of-staters. And I'm not against that, but we have to be, we're not really helping so much Saco. Oh, did I run out of time? Okay, then I'm going to run very quickly. In my opinion, this property, we should have a super development between 5 to 10 acres, and you can do whatever you want to with super development, a maximum of 30 homes, so you can have the idea of who has been to Biddeford Pool. They have the little walking paths between houses. Do you know what I'm talking about? They have little dirt paths between the houses, a lot of trees, so it's beautiful to walk through the neighborhoods. And something like that, to me, is very important as a dirt path. Again, not paved, not anything fancy. And number 2, what should be done along with that, is that as we look to the traffic situation, we should, in total area, we should be thinking how we can get it to go out of town and come around, not through town. Do you see what I'm saying? how to push it so that anyone who comes out of a church and out of most houses, and let's say this development goes through, how do we get it to not come into town if they're trying to get in the turnpike? You need them to go on the other side. That is the biggest issue that we are kind of facing. Because you saw what happened, again, Bedford Pool, Marie Joseph. You know, anybody knows what happened? It was sold to a developer, and the people decided, nope, we don't want to develop. What we're going to do, we're going to buy it and leave it as land, open land. And that's what it's become. You know, okay, do you know about that? Yeah. Incredible idea. Again, I'm out of time, I'm sorry for doing that, but I think all these things, we all need to be looking together, 50 years, how do we want things to be? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, could we just get him to come back and give his name and affiliation for the record, please?
Sure.
Father Basil Arbatsis, 52 Plymouth Drive.
Thank you, sir. Come on up, sir.
My name is Mike Ian, and I live at 59 Boom Road. And I'll try to make up a little of Father Basil's time and try to be brief, but I had 3 or 4 points that I wanted to make, and actually one of them, when we were working on the location of the school that you heard earlier tonight, the Duville piece of property, and that was a big contender. It was a traffic thing, which one of the reasons that it didn't end up being there. So, having said that, the things that I want to address is the quarry. When we were looking at it for a school, we had concerns. Pat Fox, our prior street commissioner, thought that he had enough materials that they used when they stripped streets and stuff, and so Father Basil's point of filling it in, and maybe these gentlemen have thought about it, maybe they have cuts and fills on site, maybe they could keep it. The city taking it over in its state, unfenced and this and that, safety, I'm only up, if it wouldn't be for safety, I wouldn't be up here. It's about sidewalks, connectivity, and safety with grandkids over in that neighborhood. So having said that, there might be materials, everybody's hauling stuff from job sites up to Pickard's pit, up to everybody's pit, and they could stop in there, end up, if they had a phase 1 done on, and end up with a couple building lots there, and not worry about trying to, that's what the school was going to do, because it was, there was going to be a lot more kids there with the school. So I've made that point, and hopefully Drew can explain this, this phasing plan to the planning board and to me. I just looked at it quickly, and I've been very busy lately, and I can't quite, it's A, B, C, D, E. I'm not sure where they're starting. I think they're going to do the construction entrance and then something down here, and then probably build most of this other end out before they connect them across. But it doesn't say that anywhere. So maybe he could put this plan C004 up and point out to the board, and everybody would know what's going on with that. And then on that sheet, the piece of land that I talked about, that could be a possible connector that Jason was considering. If you look at that sheet versus the subdivision plan, the subdivision plan's correct. It's got the little lot that we bought from Kazbazak. So that lot is still available to be part of this, or an easement to the city at some point. If you need easements to possibly connect that, assuming if the city takes over all those pieces, well, that wouldn't be a big deal. That might be 5 or 10 years from now. But if the city decided not to take them over, maybe the easement should get in there, so if they owned it, whoever they sold it to somebody else, it'd be nice to have the easement from the end of Applewood that could connect in. So I think that is all I have. And the way we've solved things on the Barrow Road with some of the bigger projects, when I did Maine Community Bank out in Scarborough 8 or 9 years ago, on a real tricky spot, It was fees. It wasn't, they've got to fix all the intersections, they've got to do this, they've got to do that. Whether if it was lights, it was everybody contributed to lights out in Scarborough big time, and we were doing something, the same thing over in, upgrades over in, when the 60 Barrel Road, the Eddy, something that I was involved in. They came up with so much a unit. Some of the stuff I've seen as high as $2,500 a unit, which is a lot of money. And some of them I've seen down at $300 a unit. But, you know, if you took $1,000 a unit on a project like this, that's a little under 100 grand. That would buy quite a bit of sidewalk to help fill a quarry. And they could say that they're contributing to their part of those failing intersections. So it's just something to consider with my years of doing this stuff. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street. Please bear with me. I did send you an email last evening around 5 o'clock. I'm hoping that you all were able to read it. I'm going to emphasize certain points, re-emphasize them, because I truly believe it's important. I've gone through 3 projects on this particular parcel. And I do agree everything with what Father Basil and Mike Eon just said. Here we go. I'm highlighting things off of that letter. Please continue the public hearing. I did not have time to review and digest the after-the-fact Wright-Pierce review documents, nor received the code enforcement or Saco Parks and Rec comments for my review. I am pleased that the board members are bringing forth the shalls within our ordinances. When I go to the 188-708 easements, where is the follow-up easement or discussion that was offered for a trail connector to Applewood that was discussed last meeting? And also, I do question the Sparrow Drive waiver that does need to be vetted out. As far as the footpath easements and trails, I'm making a comment, do not accept applicant's previous testimony about easements, which in quotes, updated to the best of our ability within or adjacent to the subdivision. Per code, it remains the burden of the applicant to provide such documents. On the street design in regards to the sidewalks, with the increase in traffic, sidewalk connectivity is paramount in Ward 5, Skyline, and Lincoln Street, and for Saco. And the safety is critical for complete streets, per our comp plan. In this area, the increase of traffic is definitely going to happen, and we need those sidewalks done. I do believe partnership I don't know how the money, you don't deal with money, the staff and the council does with the money, but there's a line item in the budget that's sitting there. I think that should be used and help this developer to get that done. As far as the staff memo that I gave you, that was September 20th, 2022 of Planner Garnham's, and former engineer and public works director all agreed on the off-site sidewalks on any developer that was going to come there. They want to see Skyline Drive completed up to Evergreen and get that Lincoln Street done. Number 10 on that letter that I put forth in here is provisions for public transit should be considered and included in the project. The city, BZUB, and the first previous applicant were in favor of the Maroon Line stop with the structure at the Kimball Health Center. I think we should have that discussion and partner back with BZUB. It was already agreed upon back during Flatley. And number 11 was the applicant should contact the school department to discuss the bus stop locations. Where's that information? I believe it should be on the plans and not just talked about. I need to see things written. As far as our ordinance, no subdivisions shall decrease the level of service below a D at a study area intersections. As we know, it's just the entrances. We don't have that study area that's been gone forward. I have met with the Biddeford planner several times throughout the last few years, and I met with him at 1 p.m. this afternoon to discuss all the units that are there and what's going to be filtering in, especially when the turnpike opens up possibly next month. And we did discuss the TMPs that are in place or pending. Yes, they don't need it because they're 98 trip counts. However, I don't believe that this study is accurate because we had two major constructions going on at the same time that they did their study. We need to know when it's open, not when it's been closed. We need to have good, accurate, current data, even if that's a condition to put it out in November or whatnot. I don't know how you do that, but we need to have it when this area, this neighborhood, Ward 5, is open with the turnpike and over by Biddeford. As far as, since the phasing plan was delayed to the board and the timing of the MDOT review, please look at the date of the MDOT review. Did MDOT receive the phasing plan for their earlier response? Do they know that the access will only be on Lincoln Street for several years according to this project? That needs to be confirmed, and as-built plans need to be written. I hear that. Could I have at least another minute and a half? It's very important.
Keep going quickly, sure.
Thank you very much. I'm concerned about the quarry. Definitely fill it or fence it with a solid full containment fencing, 6 foot high is critical. And also when they talk about the sloping down into the quarry. Yes, okay, I can agree with what people are saying. However, there's standing water in there. People can drown, kids can drown. So that needs to be filled or completely contained with a 6 foot solid fencing, not something like a member said you can crawl over. As far as the open space requirements, I agree with what two members have mentioned and pointing out the shall for the Saco Parks and Rec. Being involved. Lots. Do the proposed lots meet the requirements of MDR district? What are those percentages? Wetland areas from gross lot area. Building setbacks should not extend into non-permitted wetland fill areas. Needs to be checked. Clear cutting. Require that provision to limit on clear cutting on the lots and add it into the deed restriction. It's been discussed, but that needs to be vetted out. Now let's talk about the comp plan. This is a designated growth area. Has that been discussed? How does it affect this particular parcel? And has the applicant complied? When I wrote it in there, in-town medium density encourages missing middle, improvements to the sidewalk and bicycle facilities. Policy 3.1 is the creating of ADUs. We're not getting that in Ward 5. Policy 8.1 is the BZUB structure. At this point, we're not discussing it. And the facilitate new housing and growth areas across a range of types and affordability. This is market rate. As far as the topography that I did for an attachment, when you look at those solid black contours, there's a lot. So please fill it or have that fence. As far as the 98, that seems like a small number compared to the other two applications, but that 98 is 98 coming out of this area and going to those failing intersections. We need to look at everything. Where are they going? Oh, they're going to go out into the middle of the road and not go anywhere? No, they're going to go to failing intersections. Our ordinance says you can't do that. And so that is definitely to be considered. And then lastly, I did listen to VHB and whatnot. Again, the study is skewed. That's not current data. I do agree with some of the things that he said, but I do believe in my gut of guts, this would trip a TMP. And so you, as the authority, can broaden this scope and get that information to make sure we are safe in Ward 5. And I'm out of, let's call it order right now. I do have to leave after this is closed for today. The next one, the Ferry Road agenda item, I will just say it is way too dense for that area. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair, for giving me the extra time.
Thank you.
I'm Melissa Field, and I live at 160 Bradley Street. What I want to talk about is traffic calming, which is a term that gets used in the comprehensive plan. And right now, I think we've just completed a project on with speed tables in front of Thornton Academy. And what I hope is that that study on the traffic calming, that the results of that will be shared with you publicly, so that you all can be fully informed about what the town is doing with respects to traffic calming. And my hope would be that the Public Works Director, the Chief of Police, and members of the Traffic Safety Committee would be here presenting that to you and answering all your questions that you have as to whether or not the results of that study may prove that that idea of the speed tables is something worthy of consideration around this project on Bradley and Lincoln, Maple, Franklin, Tasker. There's many options there, Garfield, Skyline, that will be impacted, especially with more traffic from Biddeford and also people looking to get onto the new exit. So I just want to say that I think that's important. That was something that was missing in the last couple of go-arounds on that kind of accountability, public accountability, where something as thorough as this study would be, the results would be presented to all of you and you'd be able to ask some detailed questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Inga Brown, 161 Simpson Road. I would ask as well that the public hearing remain open. I have not read the after-the-fact packet, so I'd appreciate that. I'm here, I think, with some larger questions. I'm trying to understand really the scope of this project, and so a couple questions for you. If Big Ledge LLC receives planning board approval and closes on the property, is Big Ledge building all 94 homes or not? I'd like planning board clarification on that, please. Can the lots simply be sold off? Perhaps I should understand that by now, but I don't. Is the sellers, Gravier Homes LLC, involved in this project? I think understanding the entities involved is important, and I know these types of stakeholder questions have been raised at planning board meetings before, so I would like clarification on that, please. I think it's important for some historical context on 321 Lincoln Street. The original 2022 sale of the property by Mr. Gravier, to Mr. Gravier by the Lucia Kimball Deering Trust was, by all accounts, a non-compliant, unlawful sale, as it did not follow the charter. The Lucia Kimball Deering Trust did not do its due diligence in informing the council and thereby the residents of Saco of this sale. In follow-up to that, we had a citizen's grievance filed. We had citizen call to action letters, one of which was about the Lucia Kimball Deering Trust. We have on record the City Council approving of an ad hoc committee comprised of 3 counselors. We have the filing of the ad hoc committee's report accepted by the council in a 7-0 vote. And the actionable items in that report include the Lucia Kimball Deering Trust and the lack of due diligence, transparency, and the following of the charter. Now, time keeps moving on, and I am tired of the lack of action by city officials on documented non-compliance. 2 wrongs do not make a right. I find it very difficult to get behind a project that is here before us, again, because of an original non-compliant sale. I think the citizens of Saco need to understand that historical context if they do not by now. And as those in power continue to make these decisions that do not follow the charter, it has repercussions. And year after year, this planning board, the council, and the citizens of Saco find themselves spinning their wheels, writing letters, writing complaints, and filing grievances. The city council is poised to act on these grievances. It's a matter of getting them on the agenda, and it's a matter of transparent and honest and courageous leadership. Do I have concerns about this actual proposal as a citizen? I do. The failed intersections, the level of service that we know is documented. I apologize, I could not hear all of the traffic consultant's comments this evening on the report, but I believe that our methodology and the potential use of older data and not having up-to-date information as we have it on record now, I think is a problem. And I would like the process to reflect the utmost exemplary level of due diligence by you, the board, of the applicant bringing forward clear, up-to-date, and transparent information. I'm not saying that hasn't occurred to this point, but I think the citizens of Saco deserve the highest level of transparency. I struggle to support this project because of the history, and I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? All right, back to the board for a moment. Any thoughts or questions? Any items we want to specifically ask? All right, great. If we could ask the applicant, Drew or Jason, to maybe address some of these notes and comments that we've heard. I guess in no particular order here, just going through my list. There was discussion about the quarry. We talked about safety was a concern from board members. There were some thoughts and some concerns from residents as well. One suggestion of filling it in. My understanding, there's wetland there. Is that, could you maybe speak to that thought or viability to something like that?
Yeah, it's honestly not viable. You wouldn't be able to get that permitted, in my opinion, through the state to fill it in. So it's not it's a protected natural resource, and it's a wetland, and I don't think you'd even be viable to try to fill it in. I think you'd get denied by the Army Corps.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair? if I
Jeff,
may.
sure.
Drew, could you kind of elaborate, though? I think in other applications, we've seen when things are man-made, when there is a depression that is man-made, it's not oftentimes viewed as a naturally occurring wetland. Is that correct?
Correct. There's different identifications of these wetlands. That's the man-made portions most related to vernal pools, where if it's a man-made vernal pool, it carries different regulatory restrictions than like a natural vernal pool. This is a delineated wetland, and even man-made wetlands, we see man-made ditches that turn into wetlands all the time. Skidder ruts turn into wetlands. They're still a protected resource. So.
Thank you, Drew. I think we've heard about affordability, but perhaps maybe addressing that briefly again, and maybe with the affordability, how the lots, are they coming for sale, and those could be built out by the homeowners themselves, or how does that process? What's the intent there?
So affordability, that's, I always love it when people bring up affordability because they want us to do hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional work because that's what they think they should see. And then they come back and say, well, what about affordability? They don't go together. But we do the best we can. I mean, I would love to see another builder come into any of my areas and sell houses at the cost that we do. We're typically $50,000 to $100,000 cheaper than the average builder. They consider it affordable. I wouldn't call it affordable, but we do the best we can with trying to keep our costs down for, for our main residents. I mean, it's, our last project we did on Jenkins Road, I mean, our starting house cost was $575 with a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 2-car garage. I mean, while other builders are at $700,000. So, but all this kind of plays into effect. So as people keep talking and say, well, we want to do a fence. Okay, well, fence isn't too bad. That's not a crazy cost. But to fill in a mini gravel pit, that'd be like saying we're going to go down to Pickard's Pit and fill a corner of it. Yeah, maybe with $250,000, $500,000 of fill. And to get that much fill for free, it would probably take about 50 years. So it's just not feasible. Plus Drew brought up a good point, you can't fill in a wetland anyways. So yeah, it's, as far as cost, we always try to keep our costs down. We always try to look at what's reasonable, like we talked about, so okay, we do a chain link fence, that's pretty reasonable. Doing a vinyl fence would not be reasonable, around a quarry. But yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of different things. We're looking at off-site sidewalks. We haven't really got into the weeds of that because I'm still kind of ironing that out with Mike Eon and a couple other people right now with cost and whether or not the city can contribute and stuff like that. So before we say, this is what we're going to do, I just want to make sure that I have all my ducks in a row when I come to you guys and say, this is what's going to happen. We've already got it nailed down. For us, it's just coming up with an idea and then not being able to fulfill it. So as far as Skyline Drive, Lincoln Street sidewalks, that's something we're looking into right now. We don't really want to put it on the plate right now because we still have a lot of unanswered questions right now. Working with a few of the people in the city of Saco for some money that's put aside. So some people are bringing it up. They're wondering why we haven't been talking about it. We're doing it behind the scenes. We're working on that right now, but we're not ready to bring it in front of everybody right now until we get more of the full details. As far as saleability to lots, yeah, I've slowed down on the building side. I'm still developing. I got 3 boys that are growing up. My oldest son's building houses right now. He's got 16 houses being built simultaneously. My cousin took all my project managers. He did 35 houses this year. The majority of the sales are probably going to be, within, between my cousin and my son. So yeah, they might be out sale lots, but this is basically people that I've trained for 15, 20 years and systems that I put in place that they've kind of taken over. So this isn't just, we're going to sell to any builder out there and they're going to do whatever they want. It's more of, we've been working as a team for 15, 20 years. That hasn't changed other than I kind of just handed over the reins and said, continue what we've done, and we're going to still do great things together. So, so you can be assured that it might not be under my name, but it's still in my control.
All right, thank you. Could you touch upon the phasing for a moment as well? We have the latest phasing plan that I see here. We have the A, B, C, D, and E plan here, and during our last discussion, the intent was the phase A, and perhaps there's a few more notes that could be put on this drawing or document here, but there's between the phasing starting at Lincoln Street and using the Bradley access as the main construction access and working your way out, and understanding that these phases may run together. It's not necessarily a sequential order. That's my understanding from our last discussion. Is that still the plan?
Correct, yeah, and the reason for the nomenclature A through E is it's less sequential than 1 through 6, right? That's really just the intent there. I know Jason's intent is to start in phase A, obviously, because of the infrastructure coming off Lincoln, with the construction access off Bradley that we talked about last time, so we're not mitigating new vehicles and new homes with construction traffic to the best that we can, right? Then moving to phase B is the most logical next one, mainly because of the sewer. We've got to get the pump station in. So that's really an infrastructure phasing item that you can't really go past phase A without having phase B because of the pump station. So then you go through D and C, both rely on the pump station, but could be either concurrent or independent of each other, and then working your way towards phase E and Bradley Street. So again, I think to highlight your point, Mr. Chair, is they could be simultaneous, they could be in different orders. We're requesting a phase approval to give the flexibility for basically market conditions as well as how fast construction can occur for this project. So.
Great, thank you. Another item we had here, and it sort of follows the question or comment I had before, was sort of our limit of cutting and the tree clearing. And we have that opportunity, but again, to be clear on the drawing, that's limited to the open areas. There aren't any areas right now limiting tree cutting within individual lots.
Correct. We haven't, yeah, we're not restricting tree clearing within each of the lots, just given the size of the lots, which again was one of the reasons why we provided the open space buffer around the rest of the project to kind of control that so it's easy and it's clean from a tree clearing perspective where the lot lines are located.
Okay. Mr. Labonte mentioned sidewalks. There was a discussion and question on bus stops, one being for Bedford Saco Orchard Beach Transit and another for Saco School Department. Any conversations with any of those entities at this time?
No, but I will just add that, I mean, our design doesn't prohibit any of those entities entering the project or facilitating any type of bus stop. There's public right-of-ways, there's 50-foot right-of-ways, there's appropriate street sections, so no discussions currently that I'm aware of, but like I said, our design doesn't prohibit any of that from occurring in the future.
All right, thank you. So then the big one that we've talked about and that we've heard concerns about, the traffic component to this. So we have the reports, we have the third-party review, we have the study area, we understand, we have sidewalks, we have some crossing, sidewalk extensions, we're modifying some crosswalks. The intersections that are already failing, that continues to be a topic of discussion and concern, and I guess maybe this is more of a board discussion than a specific question I'm asking you at this time, and one for staff probably as well, as the what are the plans, what is the city's intent on some of these areas. We have many intersections, just broadly for a moment, of failing intersections throughout the city, and how is the city addressing these failing intersections. So on a project like this, the discussion comes up for the immediate area, of course, understanding the threshold and where we're at. So that's no real specific question right this second, other than we understand it needs to be addressed. It's a dilemma we have. It needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed appropriately and timely in a perfect world. But maybe thoughts from board members for a moment on this.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. Sure. I don't want to. Do you mind if I respond a little bit to the study area and stuff?
Sure. Yeah, sure. I know we have and you have, but sure, go ahead. Okay. Yeah, if you have thoughts and comments,
appreciate
please.
it.
Yes.
So just in regards to the study area, and I'm taking the VHB memo word for word down here, and I appreciate Jason's comments already. VHB concurs that that's the wrong one. VHB concurs that the study area is limited to the site driveways on Lincoln Street and Bradley Street, since there are forecast to be fewer than 35 trips per lane on the adjacent unsignalized intersections. That's a town ordinance, that's a city ordinance, is 35 trips per lane. If your traffic that you're generating on site, you don't trip that at adjacent intersections, you don't review those. So while we had some discussion on, okay, if this was a TMP, right, if you were going to the DOT, they would set the study area. It's a very similar standard from how I understand. I think it might actually be 50, a little bit higher. The city of Saco has their own standards that, okay, if you're outside the DOT, like we are here, these are the standards to set your study area. So we've simply followed the city's ordinance in terms of setting the study area. It wasn't just a subjective decision. It wasn't like, hey, these only appear to be the ones we need to. This was city ordinance said this is what you study. That only ends up being our driveways. So those 98 trips in the peak hour are both incoming into the site and leaving the site, right? It's not just it's just a peak hour generation. So then you break that down per lane, and that's how you get to that 35 trip threshold that didn't trip any of the intersections unsignalized surrounding the site. So I just wanted to clarify that. I'm happy to answer any questions on that. So.
Yeah, no, that's great. We appreciate that, and it's the hurdle, of course, is the city could see a project like this every year in every neighborhood, and what's the plan to mitigate traffic? And so, as the city's ordinance is written and met, how does the city, mitigate this traffic? We have that's sort of the overall, that's the big picture question. So that's
Mr. Chair, could I just
Sure.
address that a little
Sure.
bit? So the city does have a traffic safety committee, and there are other initiatives within the city currently. I think if there are any specific questions that the board would like answered, then I'm happy to take them forward. But traffic is something that, the city is looking into in different areas. So.
Great, thank you, Lauren. Hopefully, in a few minutes, we'll have a specific question. Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Drew. I mean, I think part of it here is, there's always the assumptions that these traffic engineers have to do. And we're taking those 98 housing units and we're getting peak hour trips and we're giving an educated guess on which direction of travel they're going to exit your driveways. And by ordinance, you're absolutely right, we're only allowed to look at your driveway, and you've kept it below the city ordinance of 35. The bigger question that was brought up by a public comment is, well, that was when you had two entrances with two driveway with ability to turn left and right out of both sides. Now we're talking about a phased approach, and in that phasing, we don't have a fixed timeline. So does that change the calculation if everyone is exiting onto Lincoln Street for 4 years? Are we going to trip that? The next piece of it is out of each intersection, because we're not going to look past the driveway because we're not more than 35 lane trips, is every single intersection that when you turn out of either driveway already failing? If it's already failing, if all four directions are already failing, how do we as a board go and say that we've done our due diligence to check the ordinance that we're adding additional load onto a failing intersection? And that's the thing I'm trying to get, that, and I respect that, we have engineers and then we have consulting engineers and they're given what's before them. But the question has to be raised is, we were looking at a build-out at final construction. If it's a 5-6 year final construction, because we haven't had a complete guarantee that this will be done in that time, and I respect that, right? You guys are business people. You're trying to flow the market and figure out how long it's going to take to happen. But there are people who live next to your subdivision that are going to bear the burden of this traffic. So would that change our numbers? Has anybody, Drew, looked at the build-out of 70% of the subdivision going out onto Lincoln Street for 4 years? What do those numbers mean? Does that then all of a sudden break our 35 lane trips per peak hour? Because maybe now we're looking at a different scenario and we have to look out another intersection. I mean, as a board, we have to know what intersections are going through and which ones immediately adjacent to there are failing. There was talk about proposed use for the school, and traffic was a huge issue. And I get it, right? We're talking about peak trips for 35 houses versus 500 peak hour trips, 580 something, we're looking at the school. Different flows, but that's the tough part, is that you're asking us, but you're able to control where the numbers are before the peer reviewer. And I don't think if you were building 100% build out in a 1 year period, then we could very soundly say, okay, we're assuming that 50% of the people are going to go out on Bradley Street, they're going to turn left, and then they're going to turn right. And 50% that go on Lincoln will do the same. We can divvy up those numbers. I don't know. I'd like to know from our peer review, how are those assumptions made? Are those assumptions made on previous MDOT traffic counts? That there's a certain ratio of traffic heading in each direction at the peak hour, and therefore you assume new load coming out from the subdivision will make that same percentage turns right and turns left exiting? That is sort of information that I think is important to us. We're not all traffic engineers, but we do have to kind of weigh out the standard. So I was kind of hoping that one, we could get confirmation that the peer reviewer, did they review this as a phased project with a long-term build-out only or access from Lincoln Street? And I think that was what I had for traffic. The second piece, kind of on funding, it was brought up about paying impact fees, right? And I get it. You can't necessarily do all the improvements yourselves. And paying into offsite impacts may work, but there's definitely some advantage, and I'm glad that you started the communication with city staff about money that's been set aside by other smaller developers for sidewalks. But this is an opportunity to have somebody who's got, stake in the game to have the money subsidized to build it out. If that's a condition of his approval, we as a town will now know that a sidewalk will be built. He's going to get X amount of funds from the city to complete it, because I spent most of my childhood listening to people on Route 1 pay into a sidewalk fund that took 25 years to get the sidewalk built. And when we just let them pay in, it tends to sit there and just get quiet. Look at Jenkins Road. You guys did a big division out there, right? And it took almost 16, 17 years to get the traffic light installed. Everyone paid into it, but to really get it moving was huge. So if we have an opportunity here for a couple hundred feet of sidewalk, this is a good opportunity to act as the general contractor, have the city contribute some money and get the sidewalk done, and all of these Ward 5 residents get the benefit and safety. We all know the traffic is going faster there, and it's long-term. It's multiple facets of our subdivision. Not that this applicant needs to burden the cost, but spearhead the motion to get it done. Pay his portion, but also use the city funds. So hopefully that conversation can take place and come forth. But I would really like to have more information about our peer review, what we're asking our peer traffic review to do to bring this information back to us. Otherwise, we're just going on assumptions that we took an average when it's all built out 5-6 years down the road, and that's not fair to the town, the abutting neighbors in the interim. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Drew, I think you've mentioned it before, but can you explain the phased approach and how that traffic calculation comes together?
Yeah, at the last planning board meeting, I mentioned we checked the capacity of the entrance based on that previous comment on Lincoln, and we associated, and I apologize off the top of my head, I think it was 80 or so houses, basically everything up until that last phase, only using the Lincoln Street exit. From a capacity standpoint, there weren't any left turns needed or anything at our entrance. That was the limit of what we looked at, but that's what we reviewed. I didn't provide that to anyone. It was just in my presentation. So again, I'm happy to provide that data for peer review to review, or for the city staff and planning board if you'd like. I'm happy to provide that. We have all the backup information. It was just a request for me to check it. We did. There was no capacity concerns for the Lincoln Street. Basically, there's just not enough traffic on Lincoln Street to generate any sort of left turns or capacity issues at a driveway with that many houses. So.
Okay.
I think that's great. If we could go a little further, though, and say, if you're doing that 80 unit build out, and I understand you're looking at the driveway again, right? No left turn in your driveway. But what happens when you get to Lincoln and Maple? What do we do there? Is that one-way lane trips going to exceed 35? Is it then at that point going to be applying to an already failed intersection? What's that intersection currently rated? What happens if you do go over Maple up to Bradley? Those are all immediate questions that have to take warrant. We should be, as good neighbors, right? Our ordinance says that we're not imposing undue burden on abutting cities. When you take Maple into Biddeford and get to Elm Street, right? What's the level of service at that intersection? That's all directly impacted. Those are the two directions you're really going to focus on. I think we need to have more information for this phased build out on the intersections. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members? Questions? So, Drew, obviously you haven't studied this, but just for a hypothetical, just for discussion conceptually here, some of these, to Jeff's comments and questions there. So if the project were only coming out to Lincoln Street and the trips were more than 100 and it impacted a traffic movement permit. This is all hypothetical for a moment here. What do you think we could expect from something like that? Like that, just no commitments, you know, just hypothetically. Would a traffic light at you know, Lincoln and Maple, is that something that Maine DOT could ask for? I mean, that's an intersection with an island, railroad tracks. I mean, I'm trying to understand, and their traffic concern is concerned, but trying to understand the reality of upgrading an intersection. And Jeff asked about capacity, and that's I appreciate that. But what's the reality of an intersection that doesn't have capacity, for example, or doesn't have that that level of service? What could an intersection like that really look like?
So hypothetically.
Sure.
And I will preface this by I am not a traffic engineer by trade. I'm an engineer, but I rely on my traffic team to. So I'll do this from a high level sense of in my experience working on projects like this. And also using the experience from the previous project that did generate a TMP and the study area we used for that with 2 entrances both on Lincoln and Bradley. We did not chase the traffic, if you will, with the 35 trip lanes further than Elm Street. That was because it dissipated essentially beyond that. So we looked at Lincoln Maple, and then the next one I believe is Lincoln Elm Street, right, if I have that correct. So those improvements did not warrant any type of traffic signal. Now, I don't recall if we had 100 trips exclusively on Lincoln. It was probably a little bit less than that. I think we had it in the 150 trip range, so it's 60 to 70. But to look at intersections and signalization, they have to meet warrants. So it's DOT is pretty strict about doing that, and it's conflicting movements. There's a few different warrants how they look at it, but in my opinion, that project didn't warrant any sort of traffic signal work. It was actually geometry and safety improvements more than anything. So my recollection from that project was the capacity concerns were related to North Street. So the immediate intersections on Bradley weren't the concern. It was when you get up towards North Street. And then on the other side, the capacity wasn't a concern on that side. It was more of geometry of the intersection with that railroad right there at Lincoln and Maple. So does that answer your question a little bit in terms of just overall?
It does, and you've started to go the direction that I was hoping you were going to go. In a previous scenario for traffic improvements for this area with a much larger traffic demand, the off-site improvements were some flashing stop signs and some work at Bradley and Spring, and then there was a light at Franklin and North Street, and those all are controlled by Maine DOT and have to meet warrants. So we've heard from Maine DOT before, and we understand we can ask for 4-lane highway, and Maine DOT could disagree, and it wouldn't happen until we have warrants. We have multiple intersections throughout Saco that are starting to come together. We have some recent lights, and those are all been dictated by meeting warrants, as you mentioned, from Maine DOT. So that's what I'm trying to make sure that we understand in our request or our discussion here, that we understand traffic is important. It's a concern. We want to make it better, but understanding what those hurdles are, really what that takes to get there. That's what I'm getting at for board members, if that makes sense. So we can I guess that's just my point. So are there other traffic calming measures? Are there other devices that we can use we have speed, we've talked about that before, and speed. These are Route 5, that's a state road, so that speed is not controlled by the city, right? From what I understand.
I believe the city can still implement traffic controlling measures, though, is how I understand it.
Okay. So I guess back to the board, that I just want to make sure we're giving the applicant the appropriate direction on what we're looking for, or if we are, or what our questions are. Does that make sense, Jim?
Right, so and I just want to make sure we're all talking about the same criteria too, because Jeff has mentioned this several times, and we've been talking a lot about traffic, and I assume we're talking about it under section 188-603E. Is that the section we're all referencing? Which says, for traffic, it says the proposed subdivision will not cause unreasonable highway or public road congestion or unsafe conditions with respect to the use of the highways or public roads existing or proposed. So is that the section we're all focused on? Because that doesn't talk about intersections in particular. It doesn't talk about, levels of service of roads or intersections necessarily. It's fairly general, but I just want to make sure we're all talking about the same criteria, because I know we've discussed this several times, particularly with respect to this application, and I want to make sure if there's some other code section that we're looking at that I need to focus on this application, I want to make sure I'm looking at it.
Sure. I think there's a few. There's the technical design manual, I believe, has information on that, and then also section 188.710, I think, applies as well.
Okay.
So that's where it talks about the level of service being below a D in the study area intersections.
So, but 188.710, isn't that just for designing streets in a subdivision? I mean, I don't know, I'm relatively new at this, but I just want to make sure that we're all looking at the same thing. So particularly if, members of the public are thinking our ordinances, demand a certain standard, and I don't want them to be disappointed if we're not meeting it, but if that isn't part of our ordinances, then we shouldn't be focused on it. That's all.
Jim, I believe, if I may, you're looking at 188.710
Okay.
G 2.
Correct. So we can absolutely request from the applicant further study areas. I want to make sure it's an appropriate request and we're getting what we need out of it and can provide direction to the applicant. So we can get more information, we can find out about the level of service at intersections, and from there, the traffic calming or off-site improvements, one, how it relates to our ordinance, and two, what are we looking for?
Well,
Jeff?
if I may, Mr. Chair, I mean, I think it's pretty, this section specifically is kind of nailing that out. And I realize that you're bringing up the point of warrants, but warrants is, you know, up here. We can still have unsignalized intersections that have level of service D or below, or maybe C, and the traffic count that this applicant would add on to that will bring it below a D. That's where this kicks in. We can't approve that unless they somehow mitigate that and bring the level of service up. There's an exception in there for signalized intersections, right? But we've got several intersections surrounding this parcel that would be in question. I think the most immediate concern is during the phased approach, when they're exiting 80 or 90 or 70 or 80 units out onto Lincoln Street, what is the level of service? Are we going to trip the 35 lane movements per day through any intersection that's going to then allow us to look past their driveway? And what is the level of service there? And will it be falling below D? That's kind of where we're at. So we're asking them to provide that. We're asking our peer review, who's still here, to be able to review that data and conclude that we're not going, because I don't think any of us will think that, you know, 98 units is going to bring us to warrants for the intersection immediately adjacent there. I mean, that's a pretty high standard. We've watched at the Waterfall Drive being prepared, and they can't turn the light on because they haven't met warrants yet, right? So that I think is what we're asking for. I'm asking very clearly, let's when we funnel all of this down for their phased approach, what does that mean for the intersections? Because that's really the leg that we have to stand on as a board, is the level of service. And they need to provide us that projection and calculation.
Now, and just to be sure I'm understanding this well, that section 710 G2, where it talks about level of service, they talk about study area intersections. So which of the study area intersections that would be applicable to this subdivision? I think that would be helpful to know.
Right.
Because we've been talking about intersections, you know, that we all know probably need lights. Spring Street, you know, the street where the community
Franklin
Street. I mean, those going on to North Street clearly need some help. There's no doubt about that. But what I want to make sure we're focused on, so we don't start going all around the city talking about levels of service at intersections. I'd want to make sure that we're focused on the study area intersections. And I'm saying this not because I'm in favor or opposed to this application, but I know that traffic is a big issue in Saco, but I don't want us, you know, using any particular application that comes before us to necessarily, you know, impose upon them some obligation that doesn't exist in our ordinances, that's all. So if any of these intersections that we're concerned about are part of the study area, then great. Then, you know, I'm sure that, you know, Drew or, you know, the applicant's traffic engineers or our peer reviewers can give us a lot of information about that, particularly regarding section 710. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Jim. Joyce?
And I guess that's what I was going to point out too, is I thought we had established early on that the study area intersections in this particular case are the 2 driveways. And if that's the case, I mean, if this is talking about decreasing the level of service below D at study area intersections, and the traffic study has shown that that doesn't occur, and the peer reviewer has verified it. So, I mean, yeah, if it turns out there's a different result because you have 80 households all using Lincoln Street for some period of time, then great, maybe the traffic study needs to be revisited. But if that still results in the study area intersections being the driveways of Bradley and Lincoln, that's what we're looking at.
Thank you, Joyce. Drew, not being a traffic engineer, but what's an intersection? The first stop sign you come to? Like I'm just not intentionally being facetious, but because we're talking about an intersection here, so we're talking we're talking the first street that you can turn to the point of where we're going to, if we're asking for more information at a study intersection.
Yeah, I think it's, and again, I don't know the actual definition, to be honest, but I believe it would be, a private way or public way intersection, not a driveway. Everything except for a driveway would be an intersection in my mind.
So every opportunity to turn down another road.
Yeah.
Jeff.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out that we're fortunate enough to currently have our peer review here. I think it would be a great opportunity to direct some of these questions to him. No offense, but the applicant's burden is to prove to us. We have the opportunity here, and I kind of agree with Joyce, right? Our reviewer, confirmed that with the original proposal, our studied intersections were just the driveways. That's where the counts were. The question is what do we do on this phased approach if it's 4 years using one driveway? Do those numbers change? And then does that, by whatever calculations they use, mean that we're looking at other intersections? And he could also define what an intersection is at the same time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Jason, if you could join us again for a moment. So you've had the opportunity to catch up on some of our traffic discussion here this evening. What would be an appropriate expectation from your professional opinion as to, if we're looking for additional information on more intersections and studies and level of service at those intersections, what would be an appropriate expectation from your opinion for one that you would see, or something that you would find reasonable to request and or review? I mean, are we a particular distance? Would that be something appropriate to request or look at, or what would your thought be?
Sorry, the question is, what would be the I'm sorry, could you just restate your question?
Sure. The board would like to see additional study information on the immediate intersections. So what would be an immediate intersection? What would the board, do you think it would be reasonable for a review the first, all intersections within 500 feet radius of the site driveways, or 1,000 feet, or something along those lines?
I mean, I think I'd just refer to, as we kind of noted, the city ordinances, and which follows a similar process as Maine DOT, in which we're talking about, the general through movements of the vehicles. And again, we're talking about incoming and outgoing vehicles. I think if in the cases that if the proposed development is only on to the will only be operating off from a single driveway. Our assumptions and what we reviewed was off from 2 driveways. So it may be appropriate for the board to request, additional analysis based off from that phased approach up to the point of a second driveway being opened.
So additional study area for the Lincoln Street access, and not specifically at the Bradley Street access, because that would be, once the project is complete as a whole in its entirety, then that entrance would be open as well.
Right. I mean, exactly. Our analysis was based off from the future opening year, based off from a complete site. What may be reasonable is to ask if at the reduced traffic level, based off from the number of homes that would be opened at that time onto a single driveway. That could be an appropriate request to determine if, the study area, according to Saco ordinance, would need to be increased.
Okay, so another hypothetical, if I could for a moment. So let's say conceptually that request is made and the study area at the intersection of Lincoln and Maple Street, not sure how familiar you are with Saco, but this particular intersection, and it's found that the level of service under that particular scenario falls below a D. What would be an expectation as to remediating that?
Sorry, just to clarify, you said lower than D, you mean like worse than a D, like not necessarily failing, but, approaching that level. On what could be, we mentioned before, a traffic signal may not, it might not meet the levels of the warrant, and that's generally based off from, the amount of turning volumes at the intersection. If you thought that the volumes were that high, that would be a reasonable request, is to, provide some of that warrant analysis for the intersection. But if it's less than that, I would have to take a look at it or consider more if there's a way to increase the capacity of the intersection of an unsignalized intersection in that way.
Okay, thank you. Other board members? Questions for Jason? More specifically or worded differently? Joyce?
I guess maybe, can we actually formally request the additional analysis based on the phase approach? Not hypothetically, but actually request that additional information. And I'm not sure if I'm asking you or if I'm asking Ben.
The board could certainly ask for that information. I think as the peer review engineer had indicated, it's a reasonable request. I do concur that most phase development is based on the overall impact of the development, not each phase on its own. And I think if the board is interested in looking at that, you could certainly do it at this time as part of the preliminary approval or preliminary review of a project like this. I'll also point out that as part of a phased review, final approval would be limited to the first phase, and each subsequent phase would also need to come back for final approval at that time. So that review would could be done now or at subsequent phases.
Thank you, Ben. So to be more specific, the review then, if the board requests for the study area of the Lincoln Street only access and its traffic implications, that review and report should be clear and state each phase as it happens. So there could be a scenario where after phase D, it triggers an off-site improvement, and there could be a scenario where phase D never happens and the other entrance is finished and then there's no D, hypothetically, right? I want to make sure that we're clear and we're not asking for busy work. I don't want to just know if that intersection, what the level of service is. I want to make sure that it has real, meat to it, that it's going to be concrete. And of course we don't know until we have a study. So I understand that, but does that make sense what I'm saying?
I think it does, but we're essentially asking the applicant to relook at the numbers of traffic movements as he does a phased approach. He may find that he can do all 80 units using just the Lincoln Street exit, and he still doesn't trip our city ordinance to have a reviewed intersection being further than his driveway. And if he does, and our peer review concurs, that takes it off of our hands as a board. However, if he finds that by using one driveway, they can only build 35 homes, and it triggers our review, well, now we need to be looking out further, and we may want to be talking about a true phased approach, like you're saying. Okay, you can build 35 houses, and then some off-site improvements need to take place. And we may find that there is a buffer in there that when they're at 80% build-out, that they can no longer use that one entrance, right? But we need to have some of that data, and I just think it's, unfortunately, it's short-sighted, and I understand the applicant, they followed our ordinance by using the two finished build-out. So I would like to know, does DOT usually have like a timeline if they're doing a temporary road or a non-complete connector, that they will go, you can have 2 years before all these implements have to be completed, right? I mean, there's got to be some understanding that we're allowing times to be built out. And what those traffic counts will be, maybe overload this intersection for no more than 2 years before he builds both entrances and we diversify the load. We now equalize, right? But is there any standard, or is it reviewed on a case-by-case basis? Because we have other groups that have traffic movement permits, and we have to kind of keep reviewing them and checking up on them. But for something smaller like this, is there an acceptable amount of time? Do we have to say DOT regulations would not allow more than 4 years of using this one entrance, overloading this entrance on Lincoln Street? The other one has to be open, and we make it a condition of approval, right? But is there any fixed time?
My understanding is that with a lot of the main DOT traffic movement permits, that there is a timeline built in. I don't know specifically if it is case by case, but there's typically, the improvements must be made or the development made, and if not, then it requires a resubmittal of the traffic movement permit.
Okay. So at the very least, Mr. Chair, I think we're asking the applicant to give us projections using this one exit for the phase builds-outs of how many units there'll be, to give us numbers, to see if we break our city ordinance, to have to start reviewing intersections further out. So the neighbors, we're doing our due diligence and checking on that. So, and after they do that, then we have our peer review look at the numbers and see if he concurs.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. Any other questions for Jason at this moment? All right. Thank you, sir. We still have the public hearing open. Jeff?
Well, I have a few more items I'd like to are we done with traffic?
I want to just see where we're at for a second here. I want to give Drew a moment here to just respond to that last little round of conversation there.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I totally understand what the board's looking for in terms of, all right, phased approach. If you have this many units heading to Lincoln Street, what does that mean? Does it change your study area? Totally get all that. In my opinion, I think what I would do is, I was just talking to the applicant, if there were any additional study areas needed when we do this exercise, we would just commit to opening the road to Bradley sooner. That way the phased approach is really just to mitigate construction traffic. A lot of the infrastructure is going to be in place. It may not be paved, but like I think we could be agreeable to just limiting it to like phase A and B. And again, I understand this is off the cuff, so I can come up with a definitive plan for you. But rather than kind of do this exercise, because it's really just a temporary exercise, right? Like it's just temporary until the road is done and the full approval is there. I would just open the road sooner, and then that would alleviate the bottleneck or the additional. We would never do off-site mitigation for a phased approval. We would just open the road sooner, basically, right? So I just want to put that on the table, that I'm not trying to derail the conversation, but I don't, it may be just a pointless exercise, in my opinion. I would just open the road sooner.
Well, that's what I want to make sure that we're not asking as a board. I want to make sure that it has appropriateness. So if from your review and design of this, if the answer is we'll make a phased approach, we'll just open the whole road, that's the input that I think helps the board. But the board could feel differently, still want to see some of those numbers, of course, but I appreciate that insight. Jeff?
I'd just like to point out that, yet we're talking traffic now, but there was a great appeal to the phased approach for safety and them to effectively build out without all that construction traffic on a sold or portional sold out subdivision. So there's two things we're trying to balance here, and that's why I thought it was important to have that approach, because I want to weigh out, the safety concerns and which ends are going to be sold first, as well as the traffic impact. So,
okay, thank you. So with that, Drew, let's, if the board's agreeable, if you could provide us with a review of that phased approach and those entrances and what we could expect in a phased approach with that scenario, if that makes sense. How many units you would expect to be complete, go through that road, and what the expectation on opening that road is, construction traffic, and those concerns. If that requires additional study areas, I guess I'd leave that, unless the board feels differently and you want that study area specifically. But I think the overall concern is phased approach and how much traffic is coming out of that area. Is that what I'm gathering? Okay, so more information.
Sure, yeah, a new proposal from us in terms of the phased approach.
I think so.
Yep.
Okay.
Sure. Yep.
And then, Jeff, you mentioned a few other items based on public comment.
yeah, I was just wondering where we stood. It sounds like there's a great opportunity here for the connectivity to Applewood. There's an easement at least. It'd be nice if we can kind of get some feedback on that at some point, whether it be tonight or...
Yeah, so Mike Eon owns the end of Applewood. So we've been kind of going back and forth on, could we create another lot onto our parcel, accessing from Applewood, sell that, utilize the funds towards sidewalks. And these are things that we just kind of discussed going back and forth, not sure if it's a possibility or not. Or just grant an easement for a trail. Do we want to add another house there, or do we just want to have a trail just punching through? Of course, we'd lose out on the funds for sidewalks. So these are things that, Mike Eon is 100% on board with trying to do something to make Skyline better. So you can thank Mike Eon for that. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be able to do any of it. So that's kind of part of the conversation. Like I said earlier, it's like we haven't got enough details into that to really come to you and say this is definitely what we can do. So.
Okay, thank you. The next question, I guess, is for our peer review from Wright Pierce. Mr. Eon had mentioned when the school was looking at this, getting back to the quarry and filling it. The school was looking at filling it, and yet we're hearing that even though it might have been a man-made wetland, it's still a wetland, it can't be filled. Is there a way that they can fill that? Is it 100% accurate that because it's a delineated wetland that it cannot be filled? Or modified in some way so that it's not as steep and there's not standing water in the base of it, partially filled?
I do know that they would look at it the same as any other wetland. Whether that means they could or could not fill it, I'm not honestly sure without more information about the wetland, and I don't know what the impact total area would be. I mean, you can fill some wetlands up to certain thresholds, and it triggers different levels of review, but that's a pretty hard question to answer concretely. Of yes or no, you could. I know for a fact you would have to go through a permitting approval process to do so.
Okay.
But it does sound like it would be a large impact to fill, say, the entire thing. That part sounds like a bit of a hard sell, but it's a tough question to really answer.
Okay, thank you. And then the final one I had was probably for staff, if they can check with code office. It was brought up about the building setbacks not extending into the wetlands. So if it's like a non-buildable wetland, is that still permitted to be used for the building setback? If we could have some clarification on that. I'm pretty sure that's how the question was phrased. It sounds like we're using non-buildable land to fulfill the setback from the back lines. And then the final one was the interior bus stops. Have they talked with the school department transportation group about where possibly bus stops be located inside your subdivision or outside? Because the neighbors have pointed out some of the bus stops for other, so I think at Skyline is a particular concern where the children are standing at a kind of highly vulnerable spot. And I was just wondering to make sure yours weren't going to be just moved out onto Lincoln and Bradley Street as well in a vulnerable spot. So have you had any discussions with the transportation department?
No, that's kind of the school departments and public works. They kind of, whenever we do a new subdivision, they kind of figure out whether or not it's advantageous for them to drive through or whether they want to pick the kids up at the end of it. We don't get into that. That's kind of between them, their scheduling, how many buses they have, how they're going to do their routes. And to be honest with you, that changes almost yearly. You know, so if you're on a street with 3 kids and then all 3 graduate, that bus doesn't go down that street anymore. So then all of a sudden their bus route will change the following year, or somebody has a child that just started going to kindergarten or first grade, now all of a sudden the bus has to start going down that road. So the bus routes change yearly depending on how many kids are on the road, how far down the road. I know like on Smutty Lane, they actually use my driveway, they turn around, they pick up my kids, they turn around, they go back to Route 5 instead of going all the way down to Broom Road because there's no kids on Broom Road to go pick up. So, you know, that's kind of, we never have that discussion with any development we do. We kind of leave that up to them because it's going to change anyways.
Thank you.
And your question before that, what was the question before that?
About the delineation of the wetlands and using a wetland for the setbacks for the structures.
So the wetland becomes the setback. So if we have a wetland that's cutting the corner of the property, it's no longer going to be the 10-foot setback, it'll be the wetland. So the wetland will be the setback.
So you could build right up to the wetland?
Correct.
And not have a 10-foot setback
Correct.
from the wetland?
But you wouldn't be able to build within the wetland.
We can't disturb it, though. We can't fill into it. So you ain't going to put a foundation at the edge of the wetland and then fill 5 feet into it. You can't do that.
Well,
So-
here again, I guess it just kind of ties with the question, right? I was just asking if the codes would permit that, and because we're relying on staff feedback. But if we're going to be cutting that close, right, that you can literally build a foot away from the wetland for your foundation, as long as you're not going into it, and you're not going to fill it. The question that somebody else had brought up is, are you going to be building out all these lots yourself and having full control? Because once we allow that, now, and if you were just to sell the lot, we've had this in other subdivisions where the subdivision's approved, they sell off the lots, other builders do their thing, and then all of a sudden some of these grades are changing and all of Drew's hard work gets kind of skewed because they're affecting how the water flows, what he had calculated. So if that's the case, you know, are we going to be able to truly rely or have a condition of approval that you, in one of your firms, whatever ones, would be doing all of the build-out in those critical areas?
Well, not only that. So typically what we do is, like, when I go to put the roads in, I have the loggers come in and they cut everything. So we mark out, so I will personally, with my GPS, go out, we flag all the trees to where they're going to cut. So we'll follow all the wetlands. So the trees aren't going to get cut into the wetlands because we can't disturb the wetlands. So they'll be able to do anything in the cleared area, but they can't get into the treat area, which would be the wetland area. So we'll have that line already flagged. It's already going to be cut to it. So typically we'll go over, we'll cut all the trees, we pull all the stumps, we grind all the stumps on site. We use the stumps for erosion control, so we use all the stump grindings. So the tree cutter that I hire, Bollier Logging, typically, they typically go out, they'll cut, pull the stumps, grind it, and do all the erosion control around the whole perimeter. So the erosion control will be lined up along those wetlands already. So they'll be able to do what they want up to that erosion control and not beyond it. So it's pretty well defined at that point. If that helps answer your question.
I mean, it does as far as the wetland delineation, but there's usually a lot of work that they do for each lot. You know, we talked about how draining towards the street for collection, and I found it's always been better when the person designing the subdivision is the one who executes and builds it out versus selling the lots individually. That's just
Sure, but now we're talking about the code enforcement component of it, of code enforcement issuing a permit, making sure that the foundation is located properly outside of all that. So that seems like just an enforcement component to the whole puzzle, does it not?
just understanding the setback, yes, that, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. That's why I was asking staff to have code enforcement just tell us that, yes, the wetland can be part of the setback. It doesn't have to be setback from the wetland. You know, it's just for me, we're doing all these reviews, and when we have a stream, it's, you know, there's a setback from the edge of the stream or the center line of the stream, and nothing takes place. Now we're doing a setback from the perimeter of the wetland, but they're saying there is no setback because you can build right up to the wetland. It's just, I'm trying to understand, and that I was just looking for a staff comment.
I see. I mean, it would be, even if it were a large piece of property, if you had 2 acres of property and you had 1 acre of wetland in it, regardless of where your setbacks are, you still couldn't build within the wetland. So that's, I know we have these small pieces, but I see that as the same item there, but, okay. Any other thoughts from board members?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd just like to comment. I'm happy to bring that question to code enforcement and to provide an answer and follow up later.
That's fine,
for the
thank you.
board.
I was going to ask you, for a little bit of clarity there, just to sort of close the loop on that. So that's, I appreciate that. Thank you, Lauren. So we still have the public hearing open. There are a few items here there's some items here that we still are looking for some clarity on. The traffic we talked about, there's a few of these other items. I think, Drew, you have these items well understood. I think what we're looking for. A few comments and clarifying items from our peer reviewer. Any other questions or comments from board members here? It looks like we're...
And Mr. Chair, there was the question of the code enforcement at the size of the lots. Code enforcement's going to get back to us on the size of the lots, too.
Correct, that question is still outstanding. Just clarity because we asked, yes. That was in the report as well, I believe. And Joyce?
I was just, if it was appropriate, going to move to continue the public hearing to the next available hearing date.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jim. Any additional discussion? Lauren, when would be a good date to continue to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. November 18th is the best available date.
Then I amend my motion to make the, to continue the public hearing to November 18th.
And I'll amend my second.
Thank you for the amendments. Any additional discussions to continue to November 18th, public hearing? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. So, Drew and Jason, with that, do you have any items that aren't clear that the board's looking for or need a few updates on or clarity to?
No, I think we have pretty good direction on what we need. So hopefully, the next meeting, we'd like to get preliminary approval. I mean, we pretty much got everything all checked off the boxes, and we're just kind of turning wheels on kind of similar subjects. So if this is everything you guys have, we'd like to come back with all the answers to everything you got. And if planning could actually have everything ready, that'd be phenomenal.
All right, great, thank you. And with that, board members, I guess agree. I'd like to see if we can have staff draft us findings of fact and conditions of approval to review and discuss at that meeting. I think the 18th is, I think that gives us time. Yeah. Thoughts?
Mr. Chair, staff is happy to provide findings of fact and draft conditions of approval for the 18th.
Great, thank you. Drew, any final questions?
Yeah, I just had, it was from the comments from Wright Pierce. Was there a follow-up memo provided to the town beyond our response package?
Yes,
Or was
it came into our after the fact packet.
Okay.
So we'll make
so
sure
there
that
is, okay,
staff
if
will
I
make sure
could
you
get
get
it.
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. No, I just wanted to clarify it was just in here if it wasn't the follow. I don't have a copy of that, so, okay.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, could we take a short break before the next item?
Yes, after a motion to continue this item to the 18th.
I think
So-
we already did that.
We continued the public hearing, but not the application review.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll move that we continue this matter to November 18th.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion to continue application review to November 18th on this item? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. All right, great. Thank you, sir. And with that request from Joyce, we will take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll continue. Thank you, everyone, for that short recess. We will continue along with our items on our agenda this evening. We will move to item 6D. This is 42 Ferry Road, map 22, lot 34. And this is a application of completeness review for a 25-unit condominium in the MDR zoning district. And this is a completeness review for preliminary subdivision, site plan, and conditional use applications. Board members, any conflicts or disclosures on this item before we begin? And Ben, anything to add on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm having a little delay bouncing around between documents, but this application is in front of the board for a completeness review. It's in the MDR district. Let's see, the application was filled out, site plan and subdivision. This is multiple dwelling units on a single property. And we've reviewed it, and if the board finds the application complete, you could make that motion this evening.
All right, great, thank you, sir. Board members, any questions for staff at this time? All right, and with that, we will ask the applicant to come up and give us a little introduction onto the project.
Good evening. My name is Craig Burgess with Acorn Engineering, here tonight on behalf of Big Ledge LLC. The project in front of you tonight is a 25-unit, single-family condominium to be known as Trade Winds Condominium. It's located on the north side of Ferry Road, and generally an urban area of Saco. It's a good opportunity for more housing in Saco and creating housing in an area where public utilities are available. Overall, the project will involve the construction of 2 private roadways, sidewalk. There will be vinyl stockade fence in areas along the perimeter property line where landscaping is removed and that landscape buffer is not maintained. So we're using vinyl stockade fencing to supplement the landscaping. You'll notice that the site plan does not include a dumpster enclosure, and that's because a private hauler will come to the site to pick up curbside trash and recyclables. The project also includes a clubhouse with a pool and a patio area, so we're hoping that the board finds that adequate to meet the open space requirement of the ordinance. The project will be served by public utilities, underground water, sewer, and electrical, all extended from Ferry Road. It also involves an extensive storm drainage system. When we met with the neighbors, storm drainage and traffic were 2 of the bigger items. After that meeting, we went back to the drawing board. We reevaluated our stormwater system to make sure that the stormwater BMPs for detention and treatment were oversized, so that additional detention was provided. It was very important for us to recognize what we heard from the abutters, and we're in the process of revising our stormwater management report. I noticed that table wasn't in the stormwater report that the planning board has in front of them. But the stormwater systems were designed to limit the volume of runoff at the study points, not in addition to the peak rates of runoff. I believe holding back that volume is not a requirement of the ordinance, but we're intending to go above and beyond to limit the volume leaving the site. And we're doing that with the construction of 2 infiltration basins, 1 underdrain soil filter, roof drip line filters at every unit, and an infiltration trench along that pool patio area. And oversizing those systems allow for more absorption into the sandy soils. It's a very sandy hydrologic group A soil here. And we did have test pits identified in each of the the 2 infiltration basins in the under-drain soil filter. And ultimately, the construction of these systems will also meet the main DEP standards. Because this project involves 1.6 acres of new impervious area, main DEP stormwater law thresholds are triggered, and we're meeting that with the construction of these BMPs that I just highlighted. The city will be reviewing that main DEP permit under their delegated capacity. This project also involves a conditional use permit application, which was included with the application as well. As part of the application, we included a fairly robust landscape plan that included street trees along the private road as well as along Ferry Road. At the PDRC committee meeting, it was mentioned that Public Works did not want the sidewalk extending to Ferry Road, which is why you'll notice that that sidewalk is cut short from actually extending out to Ferry Road. So that was that was something that was brought up by staff. We provided a traffic memo as part of this. We have not received peer review comments back on that, but we fully intend to address any comments that we do start to hear back. I did have a chance to go through the material that is in front of you with the planning board memo and the completeness review, and I just wanted to touch on a couple of those items. The historic review was provided under Section J at the very end of that, and we did reach out to Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, Maine Natural Areas Program, and Maine Historic, and we received feedback from all 3 regulatory agencies, all included in Section J. The dimensional standards table in the subdivision plan included a lot coverage item that was not completed. The lot coverage on this, for consideration of the structure, it is 18.5%, so that is below the 35% limit within the MDR district. The overall amount of impervious area on the site is roughly 42% of the overall site. The site itself is 3.7 acres, and about 3.5 acres of that will be developed. So that includes both impervious and grass. And with that, there were really no other comments for me to speak to tonight. We're hoping that you consider this application complete. We did go through each of the different section requirements and make sure we hit on all those. So I'll turn it back over to the board for any comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you, sir. Board members, any questions for the applicant at this time? Jim?
Craig, I'm just looking at the application completeness checklist, and I just wanted to confirm that you've addressed some of the notes that I think staff must have put there. Under the existing conditions plan, they mentioned, they ask you to provide one, or relabel the construction management plan as an existing conditions plan. That doesn't seem like a difficult task. Is that something?
Yeah, we can provide a standalone existing conditions plan, but the construction management plan was intended to satisfy that requirement at this point.
Okay.
And you also brought up a point, that was another comment that was brought up in the completeness memo, was confirmation that there are no easements or covenants on the site or immediately around it. And I did talk to the surveyor today, and there are no existing easements or covenants within this site.
Well, I noticed on the easements question, I was looking through some of the paperwork, and I saw the deed. I think it's like the source deed for the property, and it looked like there was a CMP easement. The package that you gave us, I think it's like 266 pages, and I was looking at page 23.
I'll have to look into that. My guess is it's for the utility pole, the existing utility
Well,
pole.
you know, I'm sure it is. I mean, where else is CMP going with that they need an easement, but I thought that would be something you should check. And again, that doesn't seem like a major item after review. And I think you also, you just mentioned that the historic, cultural, natural resources, you've written to the tribes and so forth to make sure that there's no historic, cultural, natural resources that'll be
We
impacted?
did, but haven't received responses yet from the tribes. And we also haven't done the IPAC survey. We can certainly do that. That's typically required only when you trigger like Army Corps or federal review, but we can certainly do that. I don't see anything coming up on this site.
And I think that was it. Anything else looked like it was rather minor in nature. But thank you. You answered my questions.
Great, thank you, Jim. Catherine?
Hi. This might be me misreading it, but it looks like the financial guarantee letter is less than the cost estimate.
Should have been a financial capacity letter, right? What section was that?
I'm on page 66. Section G. And then the cost estimate is section S.
What was the comment? I'm sorry.
It looks like it's lower, the guarantee, than the cost estimate.
Okay, but we can look into making sure those align.
Okay.
Yeah, the cost estimate did include some contingencies as well, so it might, it's pretty close, but we can take a look. What's the look?
It's still, it's very close.
I think it's really just the mobilization that's not factored into the financial letter, but we can take a look. They're pretty close, but we can take a look and make sure that the two are aligned.
Because for subdivisions, I think it's supposed to be 150%, correct?
Okay, thank you, Catherine. So that'll be something, Craig, that we'll look for once we begin review for clarity on that, because you can clarify that for us.
Yeah, so the cost estimate did include, I said mobilization, I meant the contingency. There's a 5% contingency that's factored into the estimate, where if you back that out, you're getting a lot closer to where that financial capacity letter, the number actually is.
Any other thoughts or questions from board members for the applicant at this time? Jeff?
Mr. Chair, I would move that we find the application for preliminary subdivision, site plan, and conditional use for 42 Ferry Road, map 22, lot 34, complete.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and second, Jim. Any additional discussion on the motion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we schedule a public hearing for excuse me, November 18th.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion? Jeff?
We just asked staff, I thought November 18th was looking pretty full. Was this already kind of anticipated on being on November 18th?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, November 18th is looking a little bit full at this time, but I think that we can still fit this item on for the 18th. Yeah, November 18th is the best date still.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor for scheduling a public hearing for November 18th on this item? Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
So we're just wondering, do we have any other direction we need from the board? Because pretty much we're kind of almost at a standstill with this project, wondering what else is there left to do to get ready for preliminary approval. So if there's any more input from you guys, that'd be great. If not, then we're going to finish putting the rest of our stuff together, and Lauren can get the findings of fact together for this one too.
I would continue to work with staff. We'll get the peer review comments back. I think that's as, I wouldn't know what else to add from there.
Yeah, we'll continue to
keep
push.
working with staff.
Yeah, we'll continue to push staff, get comments. We're waiting for them right now.
Sure.
But if there's anything from you guys that we could do simultaneously, that'd be great. So when we come back, we're kind of nailing everything all at once.
I think there's a few of the little clarifying comments from there. I don't think we can, per our ordinance, once we review the application and then move to the public hearing, the review portion, I think that's where we really site plan it. But I think you have, as a few of the members here have said, and you have a very good application as far as the completeness goes, and it has a lot of information here. So I think you're in very good shape to have a very good, productive discussion.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't know, just not to dive off into the weeds, not to be taken the wrong way, but the question I think will eventually might be asked is, to staff, how do we view, financial capacity and technical capacity? Because the applicants before us, we've had 2 reviews tonight. One of them is, 4 times bigger than the biggest one in your portfolio. And then we have this one, which is pretty close to the same size of the portfolio. If these are going on simultaneously, is there anything that we need to be asking for, financial capacity? As long as they were by 2 independent guarantees? I mean, that's my only question, right? I mean, we know we've got great teams for the technical side of it, but is there concern about that much being leveraged at the same time in the community simultaneously?
Mr. Chair, may I answer the question? Sure. So I think really it's up to the board to make a finding based on the ordinance. The requirement is 150% of financial capacity. A letter of credit or a financial guarantee will be required in the amount of 150% of the cost of the project. And the city holds those funds at the point of a pre-construction meeting. So I think it's the feeling that once those funds are held with the city, that the city's feeling is relatively secure at that point.
That's your question? All right. Jim?
So I think Jason and Craig were looking for questions that we might be coming up with in the future. And when I was looking at the plans, and you don't need to answer it tonight, but I did see on the plan some information about snow storage. It looked like areas for drainage, and Craig, you touched upon that, but maybe when you come to the public hearing, you could be more fulsome about exactly where on the plans that will be. I noticed that some of the neighbors on the Old Orchard Road side were concerned about, I don't know, runoff or other such things. So for the public hearing, if you could maybe just show how you're addressing those, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far as the site plan review portion of it, but you've been before us, you know, a lot of the questions and concerns we have, and I think that'll be in good shape. But Jeff?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to touch base on Jim's comment about, you know, the public comment that was received. If you can bring information, if there's truly a spring on the site, or if it's just standing water that somebody's interpreting as a spring, you know, so that we, you know, solidify your design for runoff and containment would be helpful. And maybe we'd be scheduling a site walk, I would think. So
I think that'd be a good idea, sure.
Site walk?
Yep.
Sure.
And on that question about the spring, I don't know where the spring is located, but on the Old Orchard Road, there's that building, there was a Quonset hut there, but I think that was originally a spring, where they bottled spring water. And I don't know where the spring was out in the woods, but that did exist at some point, and that may be what these people are talking about. So that may not really be close to your site, but maybe it is, but that's all something that would be helpful for you to address.
Yeah, I haven't seen a spring on the site. I've walked it several times, but I mean, maybe I missed it. But I mean, I do know that when I was looking at buying the abutters piece of land, I mean, their property is about 20 feet lower than mine. So, and it was dry when I was looking at it. So I can't imagine if there's a spring. You know, it's why it would be up on a higher point. But seen weirder things, so you never know.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, that was a comment that was made, so we need to address it, so.
So, Lauren, it looks like the board would like to try to get it there for a site walk. Is there a date that could potentially work for that? I think mornings have historically been successful for board members, so perhaps a morning time, maybe a Tuesday morning?
A Tuesday morning, okay. Let's see. We could do Tuesday the 27th. Tuesday the 28th, rather. I could do when in the morning is best. Is it early morning, like 7:30, or like a 9 a.m.?
I think we've historically been doing 8 o'clock. I think that's been
Perfect.
working well.
Okay. Great.
Does the 28th work, or do we want to do a planning board night? Does that work better for folks? A couple of shakes on a planning board night?
Yeah, I can't make the 28th, but I could certainly make it the 4th if we did it that day.
Okay. 4th. Yeah, November 4th. Isn't November 4th an opportunity, Lauren?
Yes.
Okay.
That date's available, so I will schedule that.
Would November 4th work for you, Craig, and Jason?
And then after we do the site, after we do the site walk, we could all go vote.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah.
What time is that?
8 o'clock in the morning? All right, so we'll do a site walk November 4th at 8 a.m.
Is there parking? Can we park on that part of Ferry Road?
There is a roadway almost across the street. That's probably the best place.
Okay.
Pine Ridge? You talking about Pine Ridge?
Yeah, Pine Ridge.
Is the, okay.
Or if we're really nice to the folks in the cemetery, they might let us park there.
Sure. All right, keeping in mind that, well, maybe a parking constraint, we'll do our best to keep the roadway clear, of course. So November 8th, 8 a.m.
November 4th,
What did I say?
the 8th.
Yes. Tuesday, November 4th, 8 a.m. That's what I wrote down. Great. It's after 9 o'clock, right? Okay,
Yeah, so Mr. Chair,
thank you.
being after 9 o'clock, I'd make a motion to continue our meeting past our usual time
you.
of not taking up new matters after 9.
I will second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jim. Any additional discussion to continue and finish our agenda this evening? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to continue. So with that, our next item on our agenda is item 6E, and this is 800 Portland Road, map 59, lot 1, and this is a mixed-use development proposal for 46 dwelling units with commercial space and associated site improvements within the Portland Road zoning district. And this is a application of completeness review for final subdivision, and this is presented by Goral Palmer on behalf of CBC Construction LLC this evening. Board members, any conflicts or disclosures on this item? All right, and anything additional from staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the only thing from the planner's memo that I'd like to point out is that the project had received a preliminary plan approval back in July, and this is the first time it's been back since the summertime agenda, and it is for a completeness finding on the final application.
Great, thank you, sir. Board members, any questions for staff at this time? All right, and with us we have the applicant. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Caleb Brasso with Goral Palmer, here on behalf of CBC Construction LLC, here to talk about the final subdivision application that we had submitted back in, I believe, September timeframe. And so we've been with you on the past couple of meetings. Appreciate you staying late and starting early here today and staying late again to see us. So want to keep it short. We, as was kind of touched upon, we had our preliminary approval at the July meeting. Since that time, plans have effectively stayed the same. We have completed our wetland peer reviews, traffic peer reviews, landscape peer reviews. We have some comments from engineering, and I see a couple comments in the planner's memo here from police, all kind of minor items that we can certainly clean up, and we'll get those to you for the final application. But we're here tonight just looking for the completeness review, answer any questions that you may have, and go from there. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the board.
Great, thank you, sir. Board members, any questions for the applicant at this time?
Mr. Chair, the application completeness checklist seems complete, and as Caleb noted, there are only some minor matters that need to be addressed. So, Mr. Chair, I'll move that we determine the application complete.
Thank you for the motion, Jim.
I will second.
Second by Jeff, thank you. Any additional discussion on the motion to find the application complete? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. And Lauren, this looks like we have an opportunity to schedule a public hearing for November 4th. Does that date still work? Ben? Whomever?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this will have to go to November 18th at this time.
And there's room on that one. We're getting a little full, but there's room on that one.
Yeah, we have enough room on that one.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we schedule a public hearing for November 18th.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion on the motion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. Great, thank you, sir.
Very good, thank you very much.
All right, so continuing with our agenda this evening, Lauren, it's my understanding, and Ben, that item 6F, 61 Cascade Road, has been requested to be tabled.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Do we have a date specific for that, or yet to be determined?
That date is yet to be determined.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I would move that we table item 6F for 61 Cascade Road preliminary subdivision review to a later date to be determined by the applicant, to be applied for by the applicant.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
Second.
Second by Jim, thank you. Any additional discussion on the motion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
A vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. And item 6G, this is Cascade Road. Is there, my understanding that application's been withdrawn. Is there any necessary motion to be made from there?
Mr. Chair, the application, or the applicant has request to withdraw by email, so nothing else is necessary.
All right, great, thank you. All right, so with that, that concludes our applications for review this evening. With that, any general correspondences from staff?
The only item is, I'd just like to comment that for 1 Elm Street, that will actually need to go onto the November 18th agenda instead of the November 4th.
Public notice. Okay. Is that something that we can notify the applicant as well? That, my notes here, did we?
That was just a determination that we made this evening. So yeah, we'll send notification to them for November 18th. Just for noticing timelines.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Any planning department updates or discussion items?
No updates at this time.
All right, thank you. And planning board comments? Any thoughts, questions, or concerns from board members? All right. thank you for doing a long night this evening, and thank you, Joyce, for getting started without me. It was traffic, fun traffic, not Saco traffic, but highway traffic. It was not Saco traffic, highway traffic. All right, great. I appreciate everyone being here late and early today. And with that, we will adjourn at 9:19 p.m. Thank you.